Good afternoon, councillors, those here in attendance and anybody who's tuning in at whatever time of the day, whether it's live or not. In opening today's ordinary meeting at 1 p.m, we do acknowledge that we meet on the unceded lands of the Palawa people. You may be seated. We don't have any apologies here today as a part of agenda item number 1. I don't have any mayoral announcements as of 2, but at 3, declarations of interest. So a councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in any matter before discussion on that matter commences. Do we have some declarations of interest today? Deputy Mayor? 9.3 for Deputy Mayor. Any further declarations of interest? Deputy Mayor, as a part of my declarations of interest, I'll be stepping out at 13.1 and 13.4. Thank you, Liz. Confirmation of minutes sits at agenda item 4. The recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on the 4th of April be confirmed as true and correct record. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, a seconder. Councillor Britton. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Agenda item 5, council workshops, 5.1. Council workshops that were conducted, the recommendation is to note that they were the Queen Victoria Museum and Art Gallery tour, the Corporate Strategic Plan update, energy supply renewal, petition to amend sealed plan at 62 Parklands Parade in Newnham. We've got the Stadium Tasmania feedback on City of Launceston principles, Tas Networks future project and community batteries, moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Councillor Gibson.
I'd like to move it with a slight amendment, yes, please. Item 2, workshop conducted on the 11th of April. The in attendance, Councillor Palmer should be listed as an apology and Councillor Pentridge as being in attendance.
Thank you.
With that slight amendment, Councillor Palmer being an apology, Councillor Pentridge being in attendance, so move.
Thank you. And also adding to that, that Councillor Pentridge was at, not an apology, the Queen Victoria Museum and Art Gallery. Tour. He was at the one that we went and watched, Dark Side of the Moon. He was there. Thank you. Seconder. Any further commentary from the table around the conducted workshops? Anything to close, Councillor Gibson? Putting it to the vote then, all of those in favour that these were the conducted workshops? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We have no councillors' leave of absences that have been identified as this agenda at 6. At 7, we have community reports. 7.1, we do have a community report today around volunteering Tasmania. Sharon Wright. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Palawa people as the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on today. I pay my respect to their elders past and present and recognise their continuing connections to the lands, the seas, the skies and waterways of Victoria, Tasmania. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sharon and I am part of the advocacy and impact team with Volunteering Tasmania. Volunteering Tasmania is the peak body for volunteering in Tasmania. As a peak body, we advocate to decision makers to ensure the future of volunteering is safe and supported, informed by and on behalf of the volunteering industry. In conjunction with this, we support volunteer-involving organisations by providing a range of specialised services with contemporary and innovative approaches designed to strengthen the Tasmanian volunteering sector. Volunteering is the largest industry in Tasmania. In our State of Volunteering Report 2023, which will be released before July this year, the commitment that Tasmanians have for volunteering is highlighted with more than 332,000 Tasmanian volunteers volunteering their time to support their communities. This is 69.8% of the Tasmanian population over the age of 15. Volunteering contributes $12.1 billion of economic benefit to the state, and over the last year has created over 9,900 jobs across industries. Governments across Australia and around the world are recognising the impacts that volunteering has to wellbeing and its impacts upon life satisfaction and livability. Volunteering remains far-reaching, locally responsive, and in every community and location in Tasmania. It continues to be fundamental to how our communities operate. Volunteering supports people to acquire, utilise and share skills and knowledge. It can act as a pathway to employment and is associated with higher levels of life satisfaction. It promotes individual wellbeing by offering a sense of purpose and opportunities for social connection, as well as promoting physical and mental health benefits and connection to place. Despite Tasmania's strong volunteering culture, formal volunteer participation is in decline. Without immediate and strategic investment in the systems and structures that support the volunteer workforce, it is expected that by 2029 there will be a 42% gap between the demand for and the supply of formal volunteers in Tasmania. Yet the volunteer workforce continues to be viewed as an infinite, ever-available resource. This tension is exacerbated by the minimisation and often invisibilisation of volunteers in public policy and workforce strategies that depend on a sustained volunteer presence. In our 2023 State of Volunteering report, it reveals an increase in people volunteering overall. However, the research shows that people are volunteering less in volunteer groups. That's the formal volunteering side of things, and choosing instead to volunteer in more casual and ad hoc ways, which comes with challenges in itself. In practical terms, this can be seen in less people volunteering in volunteer-involving organisations that regularly respond and are responsible for the delivery of essential services, such as emergency relief, emergency housing, suicide prevention, fire and ambulance services, as well as surf lifesaving. The impact should not be underestimated. The loss of formal volunteers presents risks for community members, government, and the whole volunteering industry. Volunteering is often associated with the provision of free labour, but it is far from free. This industry continues to be negatively impacted through piecemeal funding and a lack of strategic coordination and investment. Volunteering Tasmania has not been immune to these effects and joins the line of organisations having to make some tough decisions. Last week, supporters and stakeholders of Volunteering Tasmania were informed the organisation is downsizing to fit within restrictive funding parameters. This will result in a reduction of our services and our capacity to proactively meet industry need. While government relies on volunteers to fill critical systems gaps and paid workforce shortages, the resourcing required to reduce barriers to formal volunteering participation has not. Our budget priority submission outlines the pathway needed to ensure safe and continued volunteering participation within our communities. Please connect with us if you're interested in learning more about what Volunteering Tasmania does and in trying to reverse the downward trend in volunteering, and how you can get involved with lobbying people of influence as part of our strategic advocacy with us to move beyond not just verbal expressions of gratitude for the contributions of volunteers, but to a commitment to effectively resource Tasmania's volunteering workforce and industry going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Agenda item 8 is public question time. 8.1, public questions on notice. We'll see in the published agenda. Thank you. 8.1.1, Mr. Baines re bed and breakfast approvals. 8.1.2, the Mowbray Golf Club around the Newnham Creek and sediment. 8.1.3, Ray Norman Birchall's Building, Waste and Recovery Management and Citizens' Assemblies. 8.1.4, Mr Smith around the relocation of thylacine statues, Brisbane Street Mall funding. It's all about us, artwork and traffic in the CBD. 8.2 is public questions without notice, noting that the rules and regulations, they are displayed and available upon entry. You may ask a total of 3 questions each. Public questions without notice. Any public questions without notice? Thank you. Just move to the microphone. Just name and suburb.
My name is Jeff Mitchell. I'm the former librarian of the Launceston Tool Library. I live in 48 Hart Street, Newstead. A little bit of background. As the Launceston Tool Library is no longer operating as of the 7th of March 2024 and will cease to exist on the 30th of June 2024, what will the council do with the community-owned assets of the Launceston Tool Library, of which the council contributed approximately $5,000 of equipment? Will the council place all items of the library into storage until a new iteration can be established in the future? A library could be run by volunteers, myself included, in conjunction with the Repair Cafe, which I understand is in the Pilgrim Church on Saturday, and also how-to classes, e.g. how to lay tiles, make a picture frame, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mitchell. Thank you for your question and also the suggestions that have been in place there. I think as council we might take that one on notice and have a little bit further dive into what options might look to be appropriate for those tools and how this can continue to benefit our community also.
Well, if I may, I believe council officers have been misled by the Kings Meadows Men's Shed as to certain reasons why the library was closed down, and that is of a great concern to myself, because I've looked at reports of other tool libraries around Australia. There are a number of libraries who are much bigger, which the shed based their assumptions on, but there are also many that are a lot smaller than the Launceston Tool Library who are successful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll include that as a part of the question on notice and around the advice and the way in which decisions have been made around the tool library. Thank you, Mr Mitchell. Any further questions without notice? Okay, there being none, we'll move continually through the agenda to number 9, which is Planning Authority. So under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in the agenda under number 9, Planning Authority. Our first item, 9.1, is 10 to 16 Wellington Street and 2 Wellington Street, Launceston, visitor accommodation, partial demolishment of an existing building and construction of a hotel, hotel industry and food services. Opening it up for public conversation, do we have anybody to speak to agenda item 9.1? To speak? 9.1, if you would make your way to the microphone, just name and suburb.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Dominic Itani. I'm based in Melbourne, Victoria.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just firstly, I just wanted to briefly introduce myself. I was born, raised and educated in Launceston. So this particular project is extremely important to me on a personal level. And I guess further to that, my mum also worked in this particular building over many, many years, and so I can have fond memories as a child playing and exploring through this building. So I am the lead architect on this particular project. I work for DK Architecture. We're based all around Australia. Just a quick introduction in terms of DKO. So we have designed, delivered over 31 hotel developments. and that basically equates to 7,000 hotel rooms in total. So we are very much familiar in this particular typology. What I wanted to really touch on, I know there's going to be a lot of conversation around preferred height and appropriate height, but I guess from an architecture and urban design perspective, I guess what our basic principles were to start with was about ingraining this project into the broader community of Launceston, in particular the CBD. And I guess there's a number of master plan and design principles that we utilised. The biggest one for us was about connection to the existing public realm of Launceston CBD. Within our proposal, we have included a lot of connection permeability to ensure that we enhance the existing fabric of what's already here. And I guess what the big thing that we're looking at doing is introducing a diverse range of program within this development. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the hotel, but we're also introducing residential, hospitality, F&B. So I guess what we're looking at here is a very much a diverse, active program distribution through. I guess a big thing about our design response from an architectural perspective, what's really important to us is that our buildings feel like they belong within its context. So we spent a considerable amount of time studying, researching, and our architectural response is very much driven by the natural environment of Launceston, in particular facade, materiality and articulation as well. Just quickly onto amenity, we're introducing a large number of public-driven amenity, being it hospitality, F&B, restaurants, cafe, which will be world-class, and they'll celebrate local operators and local produce. And just in terms of the height, we're strongly in agreement with the preferred height of 10 levels. We have designed significant buildings throughout Australia and worldwide, and we definitely think this is an appropriate scale in terms of its context, and we spend a considerable amount of time, I guess, crafting, articulating, setting back to ensure that we do enhance and protect off-site amenity of the Launceston context. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a further speaker, Caroline.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Caroline Graham of Southbank. So Caroline Graham, I'm an Associate Town Planner at Tract Consultants, and I'm here on behalf of Red Panda Projects. In front of you today is an application that we consider to be, or have the potential to be, a fantastic asset and addition to Launceston. I suppose one thing wanting to clarify prior is just in relation to the two schemes that you do have in front of you. So whilst we have been working with council officers trying to find an outcome that they would consider supportable, and that's something that we've, obviously the client has been willing to do so, and something that we had the pleasure of working with the officers. The original scheme that was put on notice to the community is something that we do continue to stand by as a project team, so including DKO Architecture, Tract, as well as the client. We do consider that to be an appropriate scheme. We have spoken, or there has been correspondence in the past that's spoken to the suitability and the benefits that would have more broadly. I won't go into the detail as Dom did in relation to its suitability from a skyline perspective, but I will briefly touch on the suitability when it comes to what those additional offerings would allow. By removing one level, whilst it does have implications from a visual perspective, it does have an impact on the functioning of the future hotel, which includes the entire removal of the wellness level, which we think would be a really great tourism and business offering to Launceston, as well as result in smaller rooms and I suppose not the best outcome when it comes to what could ultimately be delivered. And then when you do consider that holistically, we do consider that the original application put forward is one that can be supported and is in accordance with the planning scheme. The final note, I suppose the final thing that I will add is that we obviously do have a world-class operator that has been, or that has somewhat committed to this proposal. They do have requirements when it comes to things such as room sizes and the offering, and the last thing that we want is obviously to compromise that through a revised scheme. So I do urge you to consider that the application that was put in front of the community that received no representations, which we do think is a testament to the work done by DKO and the understanding of Launceston as a whole, that the application be approved in its original form. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Noting interest from councillors, we do have an alternate motion. I don't have another speaker. Do we have a further speaker? I don't have anyone written down. Okay.
Yes, we had two options here today. We could debate the original motion as an alternate motion, or we could debate the motion before us and see if that passed or failed to determine which was the most appropriate way forward. We've determined to try the alternate original plans to test the table and to see how this DA will float. Can we please distribute that?
And which should be also available on the screen. Yeah. So just for clarity for councillors, this is the as advertised proposal.
In some ways, this has been the most complex, controversial yet uncontroversial plan that's been put before us to make a determination on. We would generally expect that development application for a building of this importance, of course the TASTAFE, as we call it, perhaps for a little bit longer, but perhaps not forever, building is known, was always going to attract a lot of attention how that was always going to attract a lot of attention how that was going to be redeveloped. But when the plans were advertised and no opponents came forward, I think that was a shock to many of us who have debated larger buildings on this council and have had a lot of community consternation. And understandably, because when we make big changes, we expect our community to engage. But in this instance, the community did not engage. And the council planning officers, and I acknowledge them here today and understand this is a very uncomfortable position that I find myself in, not regularly opposing or voting against planning officers' recommendations. But I find myself today in the position of moving this alternate motion, which is to approve the original applicant, based on everything I've listened to and everything I've read, to find a consultant somewhat at odds with their own client is a very strange position. So I'd like to test the table at this slightly taller height. We have, of course, a number of ways of looking at the height of this building. It's in a slightly taller spot in the bottom of our valley. So obviously the way that we measure height in Launceston can't just be from the base of the building to the top, because we have the strangest planning scheme and the strangest configuration of buildings because we're in a valley. So if we compare it to some of the buildings around it, obviously, the Gorge Hotel did bring a lot of community angst, and it was a considerable amount of changes to be able to get that through from a planning perspective. But it's in a low, very low part of our valley. So that, that was already understood by us in the words that we'd read and the studies that we'd undertaken, that is a part of the valley that could undertake a taller building, based on the fact that it's the lowest point. This is not the highest point by any means. This is slightly up the hill from that development. The setback, the bulk, I think aligns itself to being a taller building. Of course, there are bigger buildings in its proximity that are very, very similar size. And I guess from my perspective, I get very concerned when a planning scheme starts to dictate how a business can operate. I believe others would perhaps speak on size of hotel rooms.
It's okay.
I move the motion.
I just need a
So I
seconder.
thought
I need a
moved it
seconder.
beginning.
This is preamble as the paperwork was going around.
Of course. I move it.
Seconded, Councillor Walker?
No, thank you. I knew there was something, I couldn't tell what it was.
Yeah, we're all... Councillor Dawkins, as the mover, would you like to
Yeah,
finish?
let me just complete this now. So I think we've all understood that this is one of the most unusual development applications that we've had to make a determination on. I do understand that this won't be the easiest decision we make here today. We're here to, in some ways, interpret the work of our planning officers, and I've interpreted this today to be something that I had to at least test based on the way that I understood the community to sense this. We live in a community that needs to change, it needs to develop, it needs to bring hybrid buildings we need to retain as much of our heritage architecture as we possibly can. We cannot do that without having adaptive management and this kind of architecture which we can retain the most essential parts of this building but bring something really contemporary and interesting. And I want developers to know that Launceston is open to this kind of development. If this had been a single tower, I couldn't have risen to support this in the ungainly way that I have today. But as this fits what I believe to be, and of course, as the speakers here today have indicated was their motivation, a building of form and size that suits this development and will bring forward, if it's passed today, a very interesting addition to our landscape. I know there will be discussions around the two heights. I know there will be discussions around the overshadowing of a public open space at the cenotaph. I believe they're probably the two most significant things that we need to decide here today. The underground car parking is a really clever way to be able to assure that this development has got the appropriate car parking, which is something that often stalls us. But in this instance, those discretions are fairly minor. So apologies for the ungainly way I did this. As I said, I do feel quite uncomfortable that I've had to do this today, but I felt it was my duty as a councillor to at least test the floor to see if we can pass this building today and assist in this developer being able to begin this important project.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. As the seconder, Councillor Walker.
A couple of questions first, if I may, Chair.
Sure, there are some questions around the room. Yep.
I'll get first cab off
Go for
on
it.
those. Thank you very much. First question goes to the original, what do you say, stage one approval for this development, which included the rear laneway, which at the moment gives access to the back of the Queen Victoria Museum, as well as the back of this building running alongside the cenotaph. It's my understanding that that access road has been made into a public road as a result of that first iteration. Is that correct?
Town Planner Ian.
Stand, talk, sorry. In short, it hasn't yet, but stage one, yes, they applied for the current laneway over 2 Wellington Street to be changed into a road. Now that has occurred in this application as well, in an instance where stage one doesn't go ahead. It also forms part of this proposal.
So is there any risk that if any development application is approved today and for whatever reason that road doesn't go ahead, that it would have, a huge impact on the development? Is there any, it's probably very little likelihood that that would occur, but it's a separate process nonetheless. It has to go through its own gazetting and so forth. It is public land, so therefore that has to be publicly advertised, as well as a number of other steps, I'm sure. Via the Local Government Act.
Look, I guess as part of the applications, so the previous and what we have today, it's applying for that. So we've given consent to lodge that application. It would need to follow any formal path from here on if anything were to be approved or stage 1 were to be acted upon.
Thank you very much. And another question, if I may. The impact of that on the cenotaph, that becoming a public road, has that been assessed at all during this assessment process? I know we have a traffic assessment plan, but my question is, in making that a public road, it is obviously extremely close, adjacent, next door to the cenotaph proper. Has the impact of that being made a public road been assessed in any shape? I suppose you'd call it the amenity of the public space.
The creation of the road itself is not a factor that is specifically required to be accessed in relation to the cenotaph.
But the plans do require access on that road, do they not? The plans for
The plans require access off the new road.
Yeah.
Further questions? We'll continue the questions before we get to speaking. Councillor.
Yeah, I might reserve my right
Councillor
to
Walker?
speak if I can. Let the other questions come forward.
Yep. Councillor Gibson with a question.
Thanks so much. A couple of questions, if I can, just for clarity. The first question I have is around language. So people are speaking about us considering the original motion, which was submitted as part of a council agenda on the 15th of March. I think it's really important that we use the correct language. And so my question is, this is not in fact the original motion. This is an this is an alternate motion. Is that the case? Yep. Thank you. So logistically then, my next question is with regard to the standards requiring planning discretion. They are not, as I can see, contained within the documentation that we've received, which is fine. They sit outside that. So my question is, with regard to the alternate motion that Councillor Dawkins has put forward, what are the standards requiring planning discretion? Are they indeed still height, car parking numbers, traffic generation at a vehicular crossing, level crossing or junction? Or are there additional discretions requiring our consideration?
Senior Town Planners.
They remain the same. So it's the same discretions for the alternate motion or the original recommendation.
Thank you. That is appreciated. On page... there are no page numbers, but if you move to letters HHHH, the permit would see us, with this alternate motion, approve the documents which are contained within it. Included in this is the amended proposals of HHHH, which is the amended proposal dated on the 5th of the 4th, and the landscape architectural concept design dated March 2023. Are those two correct in terms of this alternate motion?
The landscape is correct, and the HHHH is an omission. So that was from the previous or original recommendation.
No worries, we can deal with that in a moment with an amendment. My next question pertains further to what Councillor Walker said with regard to the approval and changes to the access contained within the previous application that was determined under delegation on the 22nd of November. Could you just succinctly again repeat the relationship of that delegated approval with regard to the access and the new public road cover, and how that delegated decision applies or not to this alternate motion.
Sure. So the original delegated report that's been approved, which is considered to be stage one, applied for the road to be widened and to be created as a public road to gain access into the site. A condition of that application, and I believe it's on the same documentation in front of you, would be that the works need to occur prior to that actually being sealed. That needs to be sealed prior to the use commencing on site. So I guess that's translated over into the current application, and that was due to, in case stage one didn't actually go ahead, that basically they're applying for that road creation again.
Great, thank you. So it's important for me to understand with regard to item 2, which is now the legal title, in the motion that was contained with expert officer advice with regard to the amended plans, it's important for me to note, just so we are clear, are there indeed, given other language that's been used, are there any changes from what was recommended by our expert officers on the 15th of March for refusal? Are there any changes, other than the amendment that I'll make with that one line, are there any changes with what you've incorporated into this alternate motion?
Sorry, there was one other item we found. It was the Tasmanian Heritage Council issued a notice of decision on the 13th of March. Now that wouldn't be that wouldn't be in front of you either, but we do have that condition that could be added as part of your amendment.
Thank you, that's appreciated. Could you just, in order for us to understand that, is that the inclusion that was contained within the officer recommendation before us today? Or is that missing from there as well? Just in terms of helping us find it.
Sorry, so it wouldn't be on those, the documents that you have in front of you. So it was an omission from that. Is that so? Sorry.
It would be in the agenda.
Sorry, it's okay. No, I found it myself. So under referrals, item 4, page 41 of the original agenda, it references notice of heritage decision dated the 13th of March, thank you, consents to a permit being granted subject to conditions. So you are suggesting that any amendment with regard to those letters HHHH would also need to carry across the Heritage Tas consent to the permit being approved. Okay, I haven't spoken, but I'd be happy to move that amendment. So I move, please, that the letters HHHH, that is amended proposal prepared by DKO Architecture, dated 5th of the 4th, 2024, would be deleted. And indeed, the reference to, sorry, going too fast. The reference to the Tasmanian Heritage Council's determination of the 13th of March contained within the officer report be carried across to this amendment.
Whilst that procedure's happening, Councillor Harris, you had a question, and I'll work through the list.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, my question is just regarding the car parking numbers. We are making concession here. We have 139 hotel rooms and 13 apartments in the complex and providing 75 parking spaces. This is outside of the CBD parking exclusion zone, and I was just wondering if the planners could briefly, and I do mean briefly, just explain how this still meets the criteria of providing parking for what will be hotel guests plus residents who live there, and those residents will no doubt insist on having access to their spot every time, rather than a hotel guest taking up one of their spots. So just, you've got to address that.
Senior Town Planner.
I'll just a very quick background on that. So the original application, or stage one, sorry, was a mixed-use development containing a multitude of uses, such as residential. I think there's a brewery, winery, restaurants. Now, as part of this new application, the approved parking for that stage one was to be amended and put into the 3 underground car parking areas. So we received advice, basically to make the assessment so both stages can work together, is to consider those original uses just on the basis of parking only. So the applicant actually provided an updated traffic report which addressed all uses on site. Now they will be underground, utilising a lift system. They have dedicated parking areas, essentially. That would be for your different food services on site, hotel guests, and probably importantly, the residential component. Now, the way it works, from my understanding, it might change, would be that there is an option that if you're a visitor at the hotel, someone might come out and park your car for you. But I guess the important aspect is all uses have been accommodated for, and they do have and will have their own dedicated areas for parking. So you can't have a visitor, for example, the hotel guest parking in a dwelling space.
Probably just a follow-up question on that. So if the hotel is busy and fully booked and the residents are using their spaces, where are people expected to park who might be outside what is being provided on site? Is there consideration to where they will be in regard to time zone, as in they might be controlled by day of, parking restrictions by time of day and things like that? Just whether there's, I guess, reassurance for those people who might live or work in that area, and particularly with the Launceston College there and their parking issues, whether in fact this is going to make their problem with guests checking out at 10 o'clock perhaps somewhat more than what it is at the moment.
I think the simple answer to that will be that the excess parking, if there is any, will join the rest of the people searching for a park. So they will either park wherever they can, closest to the hotel. It could be Bathurst Street car park, it could be Park Street, it could be on street. I think it will just form part of the traffic that's attempting to park in the city at any given time.
Thank you. Thank you. I assume that meets what they'll call an acceptable solution for the parking as such, that those other cars just join the rest of Launceston looking for a parking spot. As
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Britton, a question?
Yeah, two if I can, thank you. I know I asked you this, Richard, already, but just is the cenotaph in any way, that particular I don't want to call it a thing, but thing and public open space in any way protected because of its significance under the planning scheme.
It's protected because the planning scheme requires consideration of impacts of overshadowing on significant open spaces. Now, in the view of the council officers, the cenotaph is a significant public space, and to the extent that it's overshadowed by a building that is outside the building envelope, it's afforded protection on an additional consideration. So it's something that we have to be mindful of and something that we have to explicitly consider in making that decision.
And just for clarity, when the initial plans were advertised, where were they advertised and who was directly contacted about what was going to happen?
The application was advertised in accordance with the regulations, which require an advert in the Examiner, notices, public notices, so signboards attached to each public frontage of the site, and it requires us to write to directly adjoining properties.
Does that mean you had to write to any RSL clubs or anyone who had an interest in the cenotaph?
We would have written to the property owner of the adjoining properties. Now, I believe that's our park, so we would have essentially notified our parks department. I think that's the bottom line.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mag.
Thank you. Councillor Kai, question. Just hit your mic.
I love the transformation of the existing heritage building into the inner city living, which was in the first part of the DA. I was wondering, my question is, if this second stage doesn't get approved, would the first DA still go ahead?
That's not something that we can answer. That's up to the developer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, a question?
Back probably to the fundamental issue that we've been grappling with is the height. In the recommendation that was brought to council before the amended one was put forward, height was a significant part of that assessment. Could somebody just give us a reference point as to why we think the height of the original proposal, or the amended motion, was not acceptable compared to that lowering of 3.3 metres and the relativities in that?
Might just have our consultant Julia Bell answer this question, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess in undertaking my urban design assessment of the physical and policy context, for me there were three key reasons that really informed my recommendation to reduce the height. The first is around compatibility to the streetscape character, and this related to I guess, Patterson Street. So by, in essence, reducing the height by 1 storey, the visibility of that upper form is reduced. The appreciation of the heritage element that's being retained is increased. So it basically appears as, I guess, the dominant appreciation from the public realm as compared to the upper form. The next point was around apparent height when viewed from the public realm. So I undertook an analysis around the parks, both from Royal Park and Kings Park. And what I found in that analysis is that the 10-storey built form basically protruded about 6 storeys above the QV building in your appreciation from those viewpoints. I thought that that was too high. It's too bulky, and it was too dominant in the context of the city skyline. By bringing it down by 1 storey, You reduce its presence, you reduce its dominance, and it fits more comfortably within that kind of broader skyline. And then the last point was just around the cenotaph. So this is a culturally significant place, and the focus was on the spire and the impact at 11 a.m. on Anzac Day. Now, the 10-storey building overshadows the spire. It overshadows where the names are of the fallen soldiers. So what this change does, in essence, is brings the built form down by 1 storey, and it completely ensures that there's no shadowing over the spire element or the central element at 11 a.m. on Anzac Day. So they were, I guess, the 3 key reasons to those recommendations.
Further questions before we get to speakers? A further question, Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Chair. I would like one further question. I noticed that the traffic impact study does sort of rely on the presumption that reserve, what do you call it, a laneway at the moment on council public land be turned into a public road in order to facilitate the movement of traffic. I struggle with the fact that the DA is, in a very large way, completely dependent upon that happening. But has any thought, therefore, because you're putting thought into changing that into a public road, has any thought, therefore, been put into, traffic coming that would be turning left along Patterson Street heading east would have no trouble entering the site, of course, but traffic coming east, from the east, heading west, has to turn across a lane of traffic. So has any thought been put into, if that is to become a public road, putting a slip lane in there so that traffic could wait at that intersection, which will be a public intersection, to turn right? Because I know that at plenty of times of the day, there is a continuous stream of traffic coming around the corner, heading west.
Take the car parks out.
A traffic impact assessment has been prepared on behalf of the applicant, submitted to the council. That details the impacts of the traffic movements and the safety of the junctions. Our infrastructure team have assessed that and believe that that's satisfactory, and that forms the basis of our recommendation to you.
Certainly, and I have read that assessment, and I thank you for pointing me in that direction. I do wish to speak now, if I may, Chair.
Okay, I do have another question, but I'm happy for you to speak. Okay, that's okay. Councillor Palmer with a question?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is around the RSL. I'm struggling to understand why they haven't been spoken about, or has anyone contacted them? Could I have an answer to us why they haven't been contacted? Or I really haven't heard anyone speak about the communication there, and I would find it hard to believe that we haven't contacted the RSL.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Just while they're conferring, I think in Councillor Britton's question, as they don't own that space, as council is the owner of the space, the owners are only contacted, but as to any further conversations, it would feel appropriate that it might have stemmed further than a bit of common sense, perhaps.
Yeah, just that such a special place for the community.
Sure.
I just want a bit more context around that if I can.
Mm-hmm.
We're the owner of the park, so essentially the cenotaph sits inside something that we own, but we feel that they've been given due consideration given the weight we've given to the overshadowing of the cenotaph and the importance of that culturally and socially.
Thank you. And was there any response from them at all? Or
I don't believe they were contacted directly.
Okay, at all. Okay. Wow. Okay.
And they would have had an opportunity to enter a representation as well.
Could I move my amendment, please? It's on the screen. The alternative motion is amended to remove item HHHH from the endorsed plans and documents that reference to the Tasmanian Heritage Council determination on the 13th of March 2024 be carried across.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gibson and Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker to speak. Or do you want to speak to the amendment first?
Is it okay if we just put this and
Yes.
then that will become part of the amended motion?
Okay, thank you. So any further speaking required to the amendment or from the seconder? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to, first of all, our planning department for all the work.
Sorry, Councillor Walker, sorry to be difficult. This is just with regard to these two additions. So we're just going to...
we've got to vote on the amendment.
Just voting on a motion to accept those two changes to be included in the whole.
So moved and seconded. Councillor Gibson's moved, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All of those in favour of moving to the amended motion, that is all councillors present, the motion is carried. Councillor Walker, would you like to speak?
Well, I just want to see if the mover and seconder wish to speak to that amended motion first, but I'm sure they don't. We shall get on with this, and I will, after being interrupted, thank our planning team for the huge amount of work that they've done in this area, including our guest planner, Julia Bell, and the context in which they've been able to put this for councillors to be able to make this decision today. This is a long story. Right next to Launceston Council Chambers, of course, we have the Telstra building, extremely comparable in height to what is being proposed today. We have Myer building in Launceston Mall that predates the Telstra building. We have a long history of discussion, shall we call it, about building heights in Launceston. We've commissioned a study of building heights and massing in the CBD. And we've had changes to the planning scheme initiated by us in order to facilitate larger buildings. Indeed, the Gorge Hotel, which has been approved by this council, even though I did object to that, and I'd like to make the comparison to that more than anything else when I speak to this motion today, because it might seem that I was the only councillor who did object to the Gorge Hotel on the basis of its height under the old planning scheme 15.4.1, where it exceeded the recommended building height. But it was done so, it was justified at the time in comparison to its surrounding neighbourhood of buildings. In that case, it was further away from the CBD. I accept that it was in the lower part of our landscape. But nonetheless, as a council, when it was found that that was the case, that it didn't fit the planning scheme, the council moved forward and created the special area plan in order to accommodate that. And I find it very hard as a councillor, sitting as part of a planning assessment, to therefore say that this present proposal doesn't meet the planning scheme, when indeed we went out of our way to make sure that the proposed Gorge Hotel does fit the planning scheme. Now, I know that you could draw all sorts of other comparisons and contrasts between the two buildings, but in essence, the conversation today is about the building's height. Indeed, you know, the considerations that were intended to be made were about reducing the building's height. And it's true, it does overshadow a significant public area. And that is obviously of concern to everyone. But I do believe that that area is already compromised. It's compromised by a highway going virtually underneath it, a busy road next to it, and now a proposal for a public road to be on another side adjacent to it. And I don't see any comment about a public road mere metres away from the obelisk, from the cenotaph, mere metres, a public road being developed and the impact that that will have on the cenotaph. This all digresses away from what we have in hand, I know, but these are sort of the thoughts that have gone through my mind when I've had to look at this. So I hope I made it clear that I am someone who is normally not in favour of a tall Launceston. But in this case, it ticks a lot of boxes. And that's why I rose to second this motion. It ticks the box of obviously preserving our heritage, but also making effort, even as our planning department acknowledge, an effort to complement that, albeit maybe, with a building that's a little bit too tall. But nonetheless, made that effort to preserve the existing heritage and to work with it to set the building back from the main street, reducing its impact. I acknowledge it from the other side, from the park side, it will have an impact. If you're sailing a boat up the river, it will have an impact. If you're walking across King's Bridge and looking back towards town, it will have an impact. But I don't believe, and I'm no planner, so don't shoot me, but I don't believe that reducing by 3.5 metres is going to make that much of a difference over that impact. I understand that it will make a difference. I just don't think it will be significant. What you will see is two tall towers, one slightly taller than the other. If it was reduced, what you will see is two tall towers, one slightly shorter than the other. So on that basis, I will be supporting the motion as it stands, the alternative amended motion as it stands, and I will support it on also the hope that Launceston, as a community, will refocus its efforts on the cenotaph. I think for about 10 years we've talked about in this city whether that is an appropriate location for that significant site to be. I know it has nothing to do with this DA today, but I'll take this opportunity to say that this might be the impetus that is required in order to consider moving that at some future date in conjunction with groups like the RSL, with their blessing. And with that, I shall be supporting the alternate amended motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Now, I've had a couple of questions come up in the meantime also. A question from Councillor Britton and Councillor Gibson. Okay, been answered. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just two quick questions from myself. The first is with regard to the neighbouring buildings, following on from Councillor Palmer's question, just to understand what that actually looks like. So you write to QVMag, the council, and you write to Parks Department at the council. What process do officers undertake in order to provide a response with regard to, or not, what system is undertaken? I mean, potential for, all sorts of impacts with regard to QVMag, potentially. What is the system undertaken there? It might be beyond a manager of planning. It might be more a governance question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think we can answer that today without checking on the actual process that it goes through.
Thank you. That's appreciated. So I guess following that, my question is that is it that council did not engage at all with the RSL pertaining to the site that holds such significance to them and us with regard to this DA? Is that what I have heard? And other military groups.
The Planning Department complied with what it's required to do under the Planning Act regulations in writing, sending a notice. We didn't, if the RSL aren't a specifically noted person, we would not have written to them. If they didn't see the sign or read the paper, it's conceivable they may not know.
Thank you. CEO, thank you for the answer to the previous question. I would appreciate taking that on notice and a detailed reply being received with regard to who those letters went to in council and what process was undertaken. My final question relates to restrictive covenants. Are there indeed any restrictive covenants, given that we are another interested party? Are there any restrictive covenants over or applicable to the land? It says that the granting of the permit takes no account of any covenants applicable to the land, that the permit holder and any other interested party should make their own inquiries as to whether indeed the proposed development does affect such covenants. given that we don't seem to have a process to have undertaken that, are there any covenants that relate to this DA?
There's no specific covenants that we're aware of. There is a, on the title, I'm not sure what it's called because I've never seen it before until this application. Basically it reads, a land is limited in depth to 15 metres, excludes minerals and is subject to reservations relating to drains, sewers, waterways and in favour of the Crown. So, I mean, basically it would be up to the landowner to ensure that they meet any covenants, or if there are any easements or anything on the property, that they're aware of them, and, you know, I guess comply with what's required to, based on what's on the title.
Can I just add that what you've read is a standard note, and the way the planning system works is that the planning scheme isn't bound by covenants. If the covenant prevents it, there is a process to go to remove the covenants. But the existence or otherwise of covenants is not relevant to the planning decision, which is why it's a standard note. Because if we give approval today and there is a covenant, that may well give rise to a secondary action to remove the covenant. You don't have to remove the covenant as a precondition of applying to get approval.
If I might just, around a question that was asked as well, we have to just note that the withdrawn plans came with a recommendation to refuse because of overshadowing on the cenotaph, and then also the way in which we have now got an alternate amended motion here today, the fact that RSL may not have been directly contacted, the alternate amended motion today isn't a reflection of where connections would have been made with the RSL as well. So I think it's important for us to understand that the officer's conditions around what we see in the agenda reflect sympathy to the cenotaph, and also the original recommendation to refuse was sympathetic to the cenotaph as well. So I think whilst we are able to take on notice a process around what we may view as tenants to our parks, and out of an obligation of, you know, goodwill and good faith to have a look at who are in our spaces, what we're looking at today isn't a reflection of any way of moving forward in which we haven't contacted someone who is a tenant of our park. So I think it's really important to note that whilst there's been some great questions around that, what we have moved today isn't a reflection that had of previously been moved required further conversation or sympathy to the cenotaph. I think that's really important for us to go out of here knowing and taking on board. I just wanted to make that really clear too. So moving through our movers, Deputy Mayor is the next on my list to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, I'd just like to acknowledge the mountain of work that's been done by officers and the proponent in regards to all the work that's got with the original plans and the revised plans, which has now led to the alternative amended motion, I think it's called. So I stand to support the alternative amended motion. I guess, you know, some learnings out of this, whilst we may not have under the planning scheme a need to talk and have a conversation with the RSL and other people who use the cenotaph. I think that's probably a shortfall in what we do in regards to that, because I would have liked to have understood what they thought about what was being proposed as well, because I think they're a very important neighbour in regards to the times of the year that they use it. So I'll just make that commentary. I accept that there is no need, and I also accept that it's been fairly publicly broadcast in the newspaper and so forth like that, and nobody from the RSL is here to speak to it today. So one might assume that they've made a conscious view that there's nothing that they need to add to it, but that's an assumption that I can't actually justify in what I just said. But so anyway, I just think that going forward, anything like this, we should needless. I think regardless of what our planning provision should say, if there are affected users of the site we should be making contact with. I think it's important to note that the original motion, or the amended one we're talking about today, had no representations from the city. It was advertised as required. The proponents have worked with the officers to try and reduce the size of the property, and they've come up with an approvable project under the original motion that was put into our documents today. But we've also had some information back and speakers today that have retrospective or have advised that whilst they've done that to get an approvable project, but they're still very much of a view that the original project should be approved. We've looked at things like overshadowing. To me, the trees around the cenotaph will overshadow the cenotaph anyway at various stages, maybe not at 11 a.m. on Anzac Day, but certainly the easterly aspect of the way the trees are set will overshadow the cenotaph at various stages as well. So I'm not quite as convinced that that's an issue. The fact that there's a shadow over the cenotaph might almost be correct. In the base of the pall of a war, actually a shadow over the cenotaph might actually be appropriate. But having said that, the fact that height was the other issue, and where you can see it in various reference points, and taking the point of Councillor Walker going and looking at the Gorge Hotel, you can see that from lots of places if it gets built. So the reality of it is it's going to be a building that actually is meant to be seen from places. This one, I think, is set back from its building, or the original building, the heritage building. It does have trees that stand around. I was talking to Councillor Walker yesterday, I was walking past it, and to some extent some of that height will be actually I think improved or somewhat dissipated by the fact that there are trees around it. Yes, from down in the Royal Park proper, you'll see it coming up, and you'll see it from various other vantage points around the city. Its height, in general sense, is very similar to Telstra Tower, very similar to the Gorge, very similar to the Silos, probably very similar to the Gorge Hotel as proposed. So we do have a number of buildings around which have reference points. When we've been approving other buildings, we've been able to reference from one side of the city to the Silos for one. So there's lots of reference points that are seen in relation to height. I don't ever like to go against the officers' recommendations because they're far more experienced and know what they're talking about in regards to planning than I do. I'm still just looking at it from the perspective of, I think it's a really good design. I actually like the design. I think the consultant planner actually said they like the design of the build as well. It's been set back appropriately from the outset of the old TAFE building, which is very similar to what was planned with the Fragrance Hotel, where the setbacks take away that apparent height when you're in the streetscape, and something that I think is really important to the way that we look at things. I think the impact of other hotels around the site are similar as far as being visually seen. The fact that there are no representations to have given me great heart that it's actually acceptable to the city. It's a building of an offering that I think this city actually needs. A five-star hotel, which is something we don't have at this stage. We've got a number proposed. I'd just like to see one built because it will actually attract more tourism to this city than currently we do, and a different group of tourists who won't go to a city that doesn't have a five-star hotel. So from my perspective, whilst I understand the comments made by the consultant planner, I am not moved to think that this building will not be a great asset to Launceston, so I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and like the previous speakers, I'd also like to thank our planners for their very hard work that they have done on this particular building application. I think this will be the first time that I might vote against their advice in my 5 years at council. I do that not because I disregard their advice, in fact I treasure it. However, I think we've got to look at it and say, what will this building be? How will it fit in our city? And is it good architecturally? And it was something that when we talked about the St Luke's building being built out of timber, how everyone agreed that building out of an alternate timber construction makes for good architecture. And therefore, to me, that is what we should be approving, is good architecture in our to be built in our city, rather than meeting perhaps an arbitrary height limit or otherwise. Doesn't mean I'm going to necessarily be supporting a 40-storey tower next week, but I do think that this building, as proposed with 11 stories, in a slightly more taller and more elegant design than the slightly shorter and stouter design, because it is wider, which then creates smaller bedrooms. And the thing that I can tell you is I've stayed in many hotels, and I can remember 2 of them for a specific reason, because they had very small bedrooms. One was in Venice, it was on the canal, and I had to open the bathroom door to open my suitcase. That was because of the location of it and the age of the building. Another one was in central Melbourne, and unfortunately it was a very modern build, but the rooms were atrociously small, and that has stuck in my memory much more than a slightly larger room. And I do feel that having rooms of varying sizes, from up to even 47 square metres in some cases, under the taller design, compared to a majority of 32 and 34 square metre bedrooms in the revised design, the lower building, I think let's go for those have more space. So from my point of view, this also addresses something that Councillor Mackenzie raised. It does add another 50-odd thousand nights to our accommodation industry here in Launceston. There's a note in our reporting about the number of short-term accommodations in the council area, some 664 up to the end of Q2 2023, which is about 500 to 700,000 nights, bedroom nights. So this will add 50,000 more, then therefore that takes some pressure off or relieves the desire for people to move to Airbnb type short-term accommodation. And should we get the Gorge Hotel, there's another 53,000 nights, and Fragrance is another 65,000. So if we in fact get all 3 of those up, then it will actually put quite a bit of pressure on the short-term market, because the hotels will market themselves and price themselves aggressively, therefore making the desirability of turning an existing house into a Airbnb or short-term rental much less. And I think that's only to be supported. So for me, this is a thing of, looking at my morals, if you like, of how tall is tall. 36 metres or 33 metres, it's still pretty tall when you stand at the bottom of it and look it up. You still will be able to see it from Patterson and Wellington Street, but you just won't see, you might see a little bit taller, but you'll see a little bit thinner as well. And so from my point of view, I think this is an application that's worthy, and I'm happy to support the alternative amended motion here today.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I'm absolutely for all development in Launceston. I think in the past people have been held up for a lot of different reasons, and I won't give any of my opinions now, but ultimately this is the direction we need to go if we want the city to thrive in the future and keep up. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the proposal today. I shouldn't say beastly careless, but I am beastly careless whether it's 36 or 33 metres. My one issue with it, and I may as well voice it, is that our officers have come up with a different option, which does take into consideration respect for the cenotaph. I understand that the process and all the processes within it were followed correctly, people were notified. However, we've got people coming up with assumptions. I know I'm going off topic here, but please stick with me. We've got people coming up with assumptions that we're going to have orange gondolas in the gorge when they have no real idea about it. If it was a heritage building and we wanted to paint the front door red, we'd have to run a marathon and jump through 37 hoops. I find it unusual that we are going to overshadow the cenotaph and there has been no representations. And I think if the correct people were properly, not that they were incorrectly notified, but if they had have known what was really happening here, that we probably would have received some representations. Now, I'm probably contradicting myself here because, as I said, I don't want to go against the development, but I am erring on the side of the officers that they have taken steps to reduce the size and bulk and to reduce the impact on the cenotaph. And I do believe that if we are to pass it without taking that into consideration, there will be a lot of people who are angry, and we will be the ones who ultimately made that decision. Where do I sit with it all? I'm still not sure, and I'll hopefully get to listen to a few of my fellow councillors before the end. But yeah, I just wanted to voice that I am struggling with that. And as I said, there's been numerous occasions that I've seen where smaller things than that have tripped up an application and tripped up a development. And whether or not I'm more sentimental, and I don't think I am, than other people, it is strange to me that no one has mentioned or no one has represented against what is going to happen. And totally, well, I guess this is off the record. I do know there are people out there who will be frustrated and angry if this does go ahead. However, the time for them to say that has probably gone. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for all the contribution and just reflect on the complexity of this.
Hit your microphone, Professor Raze.
And it is a dilemma, as you said, Councillor Britton. We heard all these alternative views. When I came across this project, which is the first one I get involved into bigger projects, and I was looking at it in a positive way. Here we found our planning officers working with the developer and their architect, working together in a positive way to try to accommodate the concern of our planners. I thought this is that's amazing. This is a collaboration between both of them. And by working together and you reach agreement like by lowering by one floor, I thought that means you have been in acceptance that we can accommodate your wishes. And I felt really positive because we should see that we look at this like how future developments should happen in the future and how we should work together with our planning officer. Life is not about, winner take it all, either my plan or not. It's time we have to think about compromise. And I think compromises like this, it's the way of the future because it shows that we are, all of us are concerned about our city and how we would like to see our city, the landscape of the city in the future. There is no point coming in 10 years' time. How did they allow that building? Well, I know the community hasn't had any representative, but it doesn't mean actually many people actually have heard about it too. And I think our role is in the future and our community to be more active in participating in big projects like that because this is the future of our city and how we want this Launceston to be. I also understand the grievances about our developer. I mean, you just mentioned Councillor Walker about the Gorge Hotel and how we worked to accommodate that project. Well, I feel if we started to allow each one to accommodate change, what height is, what is the limit of the height we can go? Each one will come to say, well, can't we try higher and higher? And therefore, I think we should think about what's the future for the landscape of the city and how we want to see it. And that's important. So this is a lesson like for the future. How do we want the city? It's not just about height of this hotel. So I would like also to look at our planning officer and understand the pressure they have been experiencing in dealing with project. I never thought they could have, been under such a pressure. And I salute you for all the hard work. And I will say that I do accept your recommendation, and I think that's what it should be for our future community. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Councillor Kai.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody here for taking your time to share your opinion and tell us how you feel and how we feel as well. I'd like to thank the planners for all the extensive work you've put into all this. Now, this will have to be probably the most confusing and complicated application I've had to sit on for my short term I've been here. Personally, if it was me, I am a big supporter of Paul Davies' report for Launceston in keeping building heights to, I think it was 15 metres, to maintain its heritage value. But we have not adapted it, and just in the last few recent years, we have had quite a few tall buildings approved and some started work, like the Verge, St Luke's, Gorge Hotel and Fragrance Hotel, which has also been approved but not yet started work. Now, through experience with my own experience with the Resource Management and Planning Appeals Tribunal, back in 2020, I think it was, the Fragrance Hotel was approved for a 40-metre building, and the RAMPAT upheld that. So the height, obviously, yes, it still went through. It wasn't an issue with the Fragrance Hotel. Now, in 2019, at RAMPAT overturned the 39, so it was only 39-metre Gorge Hotel based on compatibility and streetscape being not in harmony with the surrounding area, which to me, I look at this DA and I feel like it has actually addressed these issues with the setbacks and the maintaining existing heritage surroundings. Probably my main reason for supporting this DA is the fact that there was no representation. And to me, I think that sort of says a lot about how the community feels, and maintaining the existing buildings as an inner city living, like I said earlier, I think it's very important for our city to have that without having to demolish something to put some up. So I like the idea of inner city living without having to pull down old or, even heritage significant properties just to do that. So with this, they've actually maintained that as well. I do love the design and the underground car parking. Now, if height is a bit of an issue for me, so I don't really support high rises, but the planning scheme hasn't adapted anything in such that there's a limit to how high we should go. So in that sense, I am supporting this amended alternate motion. I still feel like it might be a wake-up call if we are not really wanting more high buildings, that we should maybe look at adapting the Paul Davies report and his assessments. It's been done, I think, 15 years ago, maybe 18 years ago.
Let's keep moving though.
Okay, but if we were to maintain the heritage value of being a high rise, maybe it's time that we adapt something into the planning scheme so that we can use as a concrete scheme to say that's over the limit we're allowed, or over the planning scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I want to start by saying that the visitor accommodation, the hotel, is a permitted use within the zone. Tick. That the restaurant, as a food services provider, is permitted within the zone, and indeed that the bar to be located on top of Tower 1 also is permitted within the zone. Want to reference the access and the need for the removal or the moving of the memorial trees or tree to be relocated, and think that that is appropriate. Want to reference the 3 levels of underground car parking, 3 levels next to our QV mag and next to the Royal Park, and want to say that that also is permitted to facilitate the parking of 76 vehicles. Want to also reference that, interestingly, there's provision for 36 bicycles included in the planning scheme to be able to be accommodated. It is going to be a bicycle mecca at this particular hotel, no doubt. But what's not contained within the planning scheme is talk about whether or not we need more hotels. That is just completely irrelevant to what is before us. Equally, the conversations around whether or not we like the building, also they are irrelevant conversations. They're nice to have when you're sitting as a member of council. They're absolutely nothing to do with our task as a member of a planning authority. Equally, our job is in no way determined by the number of representations that have been received. And you can't have it both ways. You can't say that there are lots of representations and council's doing nothing, and then there are no representations and council's doing everything, because that's not true. That's not how planning works. And one hotel versus another hotel, absolutely no relevance. One person's house in Invermay and their DA to do something in Newstead, no relevance. Two different DAs, two different purposes, two different surroundings, two different land masses, two different heights above sea level, different. It's okay to understand what the Myer building says about this in context with the city as an overall. It's okay to reference new hotels and approved hotels with regard to a reference, a point, a marker, but with regard to the specifics of this DA, absolutely nothing to do with it. In the 12 years that I have been here, I have never been part of approving an alternate motion which is so significantly different to what the officers have recommended without the necessary advice, without the necessary consideration of the officer comments. It says very clearly that the officers would suggest that if the recommendation that they put forward is not supported, it is the recommendation that the application be refused based on the advertised plans, as it is the view of the planning officer that the proposal as advertised does not meet the requirements of the scheme. Now, I understand that essentially it is a conversation about one story. Contextually, that's what this is about. The expert planning advice is that the DA that was lodged should be reduced by one story in order to best meet the scheme. Such was the developer's willingness to adhere or work with that. They actually had the plans developed and provided to council in order to be able to be contained within the documentation we've got. The developer, a councillor himself from the Northern Midlands Council, has communicated inappropriately with this council for a number of weeks. The tone and tenor of the emails is completely inappropriate. I know that those emails and the tactics used in no way will be reflected in how people arrive at the consideration that they are today. But equally, neither should the need for more hotels or five-star hotels be a need or a requirement under the scheme for us to approve this DA. You are saying today, if you approve the alternate motion, that you understand the advice given. I'd like an extension, please.
All those in favour? Somebody to move? Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Britton. All those in favour? All the councillors at the table.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
You are saying that on planning grounds, you believe that this DA, this alternate motion to support the DA, can be accommodate and withstand all planning grounds. I like the design too. I think it's great. I reference the fact that there are no representations. That is not a reason to support it. I want to say, as others have said, that the qualified advice that we have received is appreciated, that the recognition of the site and our custodianship of the site on behalf of the Launceston community for organisations such as the RSL and the work done to accommodate that is appreciated. I also want to say that I think we have gone above and beyond to find a solution planning solution to the challenges that this DA presented us with. Such was the work of the developer's own consultants that they provided us with a plethora of additional work so that the amended plan provision could be supported. If you support this today, and well be it a great 5-star hotel, you need to be able to support it on planning grounds and planning grounds only.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments around the table? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I'd like to start off where Councillor Gibson was sort of finishing there. I would like to say thank you very much to the planners and thank you very much to the specialist consultant that we've brought in. And it's a real shame, that others chose inappropriate language over emails and, in my humble opinion, stepped over the line. And I'd just like to encourage all those future developers out there to please keep the commentary professional at all times, because I believe that our planners have done that. They kept us in the loop in a very professional manner, constant emails letting us know what was happening most days, daily sending us updates. So to receive the other inappropriate emails is not on, in my opinion. It's a real shame because it's put a real sour note on this really exciting development, in my opinion, for our beautiful city. For almost 20 years now, I've driven past that site and always thought, wow, what are we going to do with that? What's someone going to do with that? And it's so exciting to see and to listen to our guest speakers today. Dominic, I think his name was, and our other speaker from Melbourne, and just to hear their excitement and how much it means to them. Dominic's mum worked in the building, he's grown up with it. It's going to be a hotel, cafes, diverse, active, residential. I love that. I really do love that. So to have that sour note attached to it is really disappointing. And also, I would have to pick up on what Councillor Britton has said about the RSL. I do find it gobsmacking that we didn't approach the RSL. I have to say that and put it on record because we keep talking about, and I want to get the right words, significant open space. It is an absolute significant open space, having military personnel in my own family and what that means to our family. I really do find that unusual, but I take it on board that they're not here today to speak against it, to speak for it, or what have you. So that's okay. We move forward. Having said all that, I too am pro-development in the right manner and taking it case by case and really looking at it and reading all about it and making sure I've done my homework. And on this occasion, I will be supporting the alternate amended motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Pentridge.
I suppose the least said, the better. I'm disappointed that we're criticising our development. I think somewhere in all this, I wish a few more of us would show passion. This gentleman has taken a big punt. As some of our colleagues have said, we've all driven past that building. I did my apprenticeship there. We all wondered what was going to happen. I think it's a bit disappointing that, all right, this gentleman used terminology that I'm very familiar with, so maybe I didn't get offended by it. But he is passionate, he's put a lot of money and time into this, so let's give him a little bit of credit for what he's ultimately achieving for our city, instead of just kicking him in the guts all the time. So anyway, I don't think I'll say any more, but I'm supporting...
Point of order, please, Mayor. Point of order. I think the use of inappropriate language in emails to our council staff is not professional in any way whatsoever. And for a fellow councillor to say that that language is appropriate is really disappointing.
I didn't say it was appropriate.
Let's not turn it into a debate.
Let's forgive him for using inappropriate language because he might not be as well educated as some of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further speakers around the table? Councillor Dawkins, as the mover, would you like to close?
Yes,
Anything
please.
further? Because I think it does. Whilst it's an amendment, I think it still stays with the alternate motion as the mover.
Thank you. Just three things to finalise here today. If anybody who is interested in this development, a quick Google search, there are 8 news items about the development. So for anybody who wishes to engage in civic life, I think it's incumbent on us all to keep up with the news. The Examiner and the Mercury have done a really good job of covering this, and there are various other ways to be able to access news as well. So I don't think we can rely on being told. We need to engage if we want to be a part of any of these decisions. I am paid no heed whatsoever to the tone and tenor of the emails. I didn't engage in any way. I read them, I moved them aside, and I moved on. They had absolutely no bearing on me standing up today, and in the ungainly fashion I did, moving this alternate motion. So really, the only decision that I think we have to make today is, can we tolerate the height and bulk within the cityscape and within the particular landscape it sits? And can we tolerate the overshadowing of the public open space that, if we pass this alternate motion today, will ensue? So it's very simple for me. It's been quite simple from the start, and I hope that whatever decisions made here today, we can all move on in a collegiate fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. So putting the alternate amended motion to the vote, all of those in favour? Those against? So against Gibson, Raze and Britton. It would be easier to do it that way. The motion is carried. Now, for those in the gallery, forgive me, we're going to take a 5-minute break so that we come back refreshed, ready for the next discussion. Otherwise, we will carry on the energy that you're feeling now into any decision making. So 5 minutes. reconvening at 2:50. We're moving through, still under planning authority, with 9.2. 18 Watt Street with 44 Hill Street, West Launceston, residential construction of an additional dwelling with access over 44 Hill Street, West Launceston. Important to note that this is the re-advertised. Before we get to recommendations, we do have quite a few speakers list. Starting with Elizabeth McClare Cross. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you. I'm here with 10 other representatives. The 43 additional representatives have asked me and my husband to use the combination of their allocated speaking time on their behalf because work commitments prevented them from attending. My husband and I will divide time between us, but I note also that Cameron is here and he will speak on his own behalf from 44 Hill Street. We have a traffic engineer's report that states that the safety requirements under the planning scheme are not met by the proposed development in terms of acceptable solutions and performance criteria, but my husband will address you on that. I will address the breach of the building envelope under acceptable solution 8.4.2, which requires consideration of performance criteria 3A4. This criteria mandates that the siting and scale of the proposed dwelling must not cause unreasonable loss of amenity to adjoining properties, having regard to visual impacts caused by the scale, bulk or proportions of the dwelling when viewed from an adjoining property. The council planner recommends granting a permit, but his recommendation is undermined by the number of omissions, assumptions and errors in his report and the statements of subjective opinion rather than objective analysis. In addressing you on why you can't be confident about the planner's recommendation, I will begin by referencing a meeting in January that my husband and I had with the planner at 42 Hill Street, also known as 24 Wyatt Street. We asked questions about the likely visual impact, scale, bulk and proportions of the proposal. The planner told us that he couldn't tell from the plans how high the proposed building would sit relevant to our 9-metre wall of windows facing south over the proposed building site. He guessed that it would come halfway up those windows. We submit that council cannot be confident in assessing performance criteria regarding the visual impact of the scale, bulk or proportions of the proposal viewed from an adjoining property when no one knows how high the proposal will sit relevant to the adjoining properties. In addressing the failure of the plans to adequately demonstrate how high the building will sit in comparison to surrounding buildings, the planner's report only states that there is no requirement for such plans. This will not withstand TASCAT scrutiny. TASCAT precedent shows that the tribunal relies heavily on plans that show scale. And usually those plans are in the form of photo montages to assist in analysing this criteria and planners' assessments. The council should subject this issue to proper scrutiny, not simply grant the developer the benefit of an assumption that there is no unreasonable impact to visual amenity. The planner's report does not contain the analysis required under this criteria as demonstrated by TASCAT precedent. The parts of the planner's report addressing the criteria involve restatements of the criteria and the planner's opinion that the visual impact is reasonable. Each paragraph is a restatement of opinion rather than an objective analysis of any elements that might support that opinion. None of these paragraphs mention what amenity will be lost by each adjoining household, and as a consequence, the planner's report fails to weigh up considerations relevant to whether this is an unreasonable loss. On page 390, the third paragraph under the heading of visual impacts states the planner's opinion that the design is thoughtful. This is a subjective statement that favours the developer and fails to objectively assess the relevant issue of lost amenity. The paragraph goes on to state how the constraints of the proposed lot make it difficult for a dwelling to be wholly contained within the building envelope. This statement also displays a sympathetic bias in favour of the developer. An equally valid conclusion would be that the constraints of the small lot mean that it is not suitable for the large, oversized development proposed. On page 391, the first paragraph includes a statement that completely contradicts and breaches the requirement under the planning scheme to objectively assess the issue of lost amenity under the performance criteria. The planner states that he doesn't consider it reasonable that vacant areas appropriate for development be constrained. Firstly, in relation to this statement of opinion, I point out that we are not dealing with a vacant lot appropriate for development. We are dealing with the proposal to use a backyard to create stratum title in a neighbourhood that has no stratum title developments in the immediate vicinity. The constraints of the only access to the proposed site via a driveway on private land prevent the proponent from subdividing, because subdivision would not confer a legal right-of-way to the proposed development. However, if the proponent had been able to subdivide, the minimum size of a lot for subdivision is at least 450 metres squared, as required under clause 8.6.1 of the planning scheme. A much larger lot than the area of the proposed development, which is only 345 metres squared, as shown on the drawing A201 of the plans. Page 47 of the planner's report incorrectly states that the proposal will result in a site area per dwelling of 498.5 metres squared. This is incorrect. This is shown to be incorrect by the plans themselves, drawing A201, that states the proposed site is only 345 metres squared. The planner's report states that the scale of the proposed building is relatively consistent with surrounding adjoining properties, being a two-storey dwelling. However, this is not an accurate statement of scale. Scale involves more than an assessment of height and proportions. The architectural definition of scale refers to the perceived size of an object based in comparison with the space it is in, as well as the surrounding objects. A building will therefore lack appropriate scale if it appears too large for its location, even if all other elements are successful. A comparison of scale of the proposed development and surrounding two-storey buildings must therefore be considered within the context of the sites of each dwelling. The current two-storey dwellings around the proposed site do not appear to be as large in scale because they are surrounded by large gardens that separate them. However, the scale of the proposed second dwelling for 18 Wyatt Street will seem much larger because the proposed site is much smaller with less separation. The site is so small that it doesn't even come close to the minimum requirements of a subdivision. That is a size of 345 squares, as marked on the plans, not the 498.5 square metres that the planner's report states. The garden of 18 Wyatt Street is too small to be cut into thirds, with the smaller lower third used to build a large two-storey townhouse with the capacity for 2 or 3 bedrooms. It is not appropriate or reasonable to allow such a large building on such a small parcel of land. The degree to which the proposal sits outside the building envelope is significant. The plans show that at least 25% outside the building envelope, but the reality is that the entire second storey is untenable because it cannot exist without the southwest corner, southern wall or quarter of the roof that is shown to be outside the building envelope. Perception of scale, bulk and proportion are influenced by how large and how close a building is. The proposed building is only 5 metres away from the bank of windows from our main living area at 42 Hill Street, we will see front on, with no angles that might reduce the visual impact of the bulk of a 2-storey wall, 3.5 metres high above ground level and 9.5 metres long. This will create a massive visual impact. Neighbours with a northeasterly view will see a large block wall with no distinguishing features, a total of 6 metres high and 3 metres above the higher part of the sloping land. The person who ends up occupying the existing dwelling on 18 Wyatt Street will see an unbroken length of rendered concrete wall that is 14 metres long and 6 metres high. The 2-storey proposed building, with its location on higher steep land, will tower over the private garden space and amenity of adjoining 44 Hill Street. Looking at the proposed scale of a development, the reality of its small site, rather than on plans, makes it clear that it will have a massive visual impact. The planner's statement that he doesn't consider it reasonable for vacant areas to be constrained to more meticulous design criteria as a result of the change to the current situation is not an analysis, it is only opinion, and it is an opinion that demonstrates a disregard of the performance criteria which mandates the very thing that the planner considers unreasonable. The failure to satisfy acceptable solution 8.4.2 requires consideration of performance criteria 3A4, which demands meticulous assessment of design criteria comprising scale, bulk and proportions where there is change, otherwise referred to as lost amenity, caused by a proposal being so far outside the building envelope. In other words, the planning scheme requires the very thing that the planner objects to, a more meticulous design criteria to ensure that any change or loss of amenity is not unreasonable. On page 391, the second paragraph contains another opinion that favours the developer without any critical analysis. The planner states that the proposed development has considered the site challenges to ensure that the amenity of the adjoining properties is respected. This is just a statement of faith, without any grounds given in support of it. It fails to address the relevant criteria because it does not analyse what the amenity of adjoining properties is and what the visual impact of the scale, bulk or proportions of the dwelling is when viewed from an adjoining property. There is no analysis regarding what amenity will be lost by each adjoining household, and there is a consequent failure to weigh up considerations as to whether this is unreasonable loss. Having addressed you on the issue of scale, bulk and proportions, I will now do what the planning report fails to do, which is address and analyse issues relevant to the consideration of amenity under the Tasmanian planning scheme. The planning scheme defines amenity as any quality, condition or factor that makes or contributes to making the locality, place or building harmonious, pleasant or enjoyable. Let's start with the word harmonious. It is not defined by the planning scheme. We must therefore consider a common sense application of the word in accordance with the literal meaning. Various dictionary definitions state that the word harmonious means to form a consistent whole, to be compatible, not in conflict with surroundings. The Cambridge Dictionary gives a relevant example of the use of the word in a revealing sentence, stating that all the buildings are architecturally harmonious. The planning report fails to consider the amenity of the relevant area that is created because it is architecturally significant and harmonious. Legal planning precedent confirms that assessment of visual impact must take into account whether the proposal is consistent or harmonious with the surroundings. This is not simply a matter of subjective taste to be dismissed as it is in the planner's report. It is an objective assessment as proven by the 2007 Launceston Heritage Study, which states that this area of West Launceston is unique in demonstrating a range of housing from the late Victorian and Federation periods that is significantly coherent and intact as a group of large and exceptionally fine timber buildings together with the high-quality brick buildings. The Heritage Study states that the precinct provides high visual and aesthetic value, demonstrating the importance of garden settings to the overall character. The Heritage Study recommends that subdivision only take place where it does not adversely affect the pattern of development. The study states that subdivision is not recommended, but any new designs must demonstrate a relationship in form and materials to the current quality of the precinct. Now, these recommendations are not binding on council per se, but they are highly relevant to considerations that the council must take into account in considering the issue of amenity under the performance criteria, namely the qualities that contribute to making the locality harmonious, pleasant and enjoyable. The planner's report fails to identify, let alone assess, this aspect of heritage amenity. There are other sources supporting the fact that heritage amenity can be objectively assessed for the precinct surrounding the proposed development site. In the immediate vicinity of Wyatt Street, there are 7 Hill Street properties built out of timber and brick that are permanently registered on the Tasmanian State Heritage Register. There are 13 other Hill Street properties recorded as having Heritage Survey status. The planner's report states that the Heritage Council provided a notice of no interest in the proposal. However, I have an email with me today that I received on 25th of January from Ian Borsma at Heritage Tasmania. His email states that he was so concerned about the proposal that he wrote to councillors Kai and Pentridge, who preside over the council's Heritage Advisory Committee, copying an email to Richard Jamieson of the planning section to state the importance of this area as a heritage precinct and to try to make that a priority because development of the kind proposed will erode the heritage characteristics that were identified in 2010 as requiring protection as a heritage precinct. I also refer to the Examiner article of 11 April that refers to Launceston Council's plans to implement more heritage protection so as to encourage good development, seeking to maintain Tasmania's unique character. The council is quoted as saying that there is a reason people want to live in Launceston, which is renowned for its beautiful houses, which can easily disappear without protection. The Examiner article goes on to state that the council recognises that heritage amenity is not just buildings, but also the context in which they sit. All of the aforementioned is a demonstration of objective assessments as to the importance of heritage amenity and how significant the loss of amenity will be if the proposed development is approved. This is not simply an issue to quickly dismiss as a matter of taste, as suggested by the planner's report. Any objective assessment of the proposed dwelling supports the conclusion that it will not be consistent or harmonious with the surrounding and adjoining properties. The plans show a very modern design with a sloped flat roof and large amounts of modern material, including easy clap cladding, that are not in any way used in the immediate environs. Returning to the Tasmanian Planning Scheme's definition of amenity as any quality, condition or factor that makes or contributes to making the locality, place or building harmonious, pleasant or enjoyable, another issue relevant to the consideration of amenity, but completely ignored by the planner's report, is the unusual size of gardens surrounding the heritage homes on the proposed site. The vista that you saw from 42 Hill Street is one of large gardens providing significant separation between dwellings on adjoining properties, creating a green belt running between Wyatt Street and Hill Street's dwellings. This is a part of the visual beauty and quality of the neighbourhood that makes it pleasant and enjoyable, and is therefore part of our amenity, which will be lost if the 2-storey townhouse is allowed to be built on the neighbouring garden, just 5 metres away from the long bank of windows in the living area where we spend the majority of our time. The separation from other buildings created by the green belt of large gardens creates a feeling of privacy, which is another aspect of amenity. The proponent, who lives in the current dwelling at 18 Wyatt Street, knows how significant this loss of amenity will be, because she has made sure that the proposal has no windows on the side that faces her dwelling. However, 3 reasonably large windows are positioned on the side of the proposed development, which will face the bank of windows to our main living area at 42 Hill Street. We will no longer enjoy the privacy that we currently feel as a result of the separation from other buildings via large garden spaces. I've been buzzed, so I'll just cut a little bit out, but I'll continue with the most relevant parts. Another aspect of the current amenity enjoyed by the adjoining lot at 42 Hill Street is the quality of unimpeded views from the bank of windows in our main living area. While there is no common law right to a view, legal planning precedents indicate that views form a part of the existing amenity of a property, and their loss is a relevant question that must be considered. For all these different reasons, the visual amenity of the proposed development and the impact on that amenity is extreme and creates an unreasonable loss. Referring back to the objectives of the planning scheme, the proposed development does not comply with the mandated requirement to provide reasonably consistent separation between dwellings or consistency in the apparent scale, bulk, massing and proportions of the dwelling.
Thank you, Liz. We might wrap up there.
Thank you. And I'll just point out again the very important error on the planning report, which mistakenly claims at page 47 that the area squared for each proposed dwelling will be 498.5 square metres, when the actual plans show it to be only 345 metres squared. You cannot be confident of your required assessment as to the visual impact of the scale of this building, given those errors. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so further speakers, and just for councillors' understanding that there were 53 representations and that they've been their time has been divvied to speakers representing them here today as to the time allowances that are required, and it is, as always, being monitored appropriately.
Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. My name's Eamon Tiernan. I'm Elizabeth McLean Cross's husband, and we are the joint owners of 42 Hill Street, the adjacent property. I'm here in my private capacity, not in any of my professional capacities. Just like to put that on the table. We bear no animosity towards the proponent, nor towards our adjoining landowner, Ellen. We're just responding directly and objectively to what we see as the concerning elements of the design put before you today. Just a very quick bit of background. Elizabeth and I, about 10 years ago, we did a reasonably significant extension of our house. We worked very hard to make sure that extension remained within, or was produced and finalised within the acceptable solutions. And we believe that's what should happen here, particularly when you have a lot that is constrained quite significantly on every boundary. So I will move through as quickly as I can, Mayor, but I'll focus on four key things. There is an overriding theme of safety through the latter three, but those 4 things are advertised plans, size of dwelling, right of way, and site topography and constraints. So to the advertised plans at attachment 2, my reading of them is that they are the first advertised plans from the period in January, not this second, the re-advertised plans
from March. I don't know if that's a particular issue or not, but you will notice comparing the plans at attachment 2 to the plans to be endorsed by council further in the attachments, there are some differences. They go to the right-of-way width, the shadow diagrams, dimensions of the southwest wall, elevation, dimensions of the garage opening, and should you have the second advertised plans and the first advertised plans, between them there are actually 3 versions of Plan A300. To the size of the dwelling, the plans before you attempt to show the dwelling as a relatively small in nature 2-bedroom dwelling. I'd like to question that. What we have is a 2-storey dwelling with a footprint of 13 metres by about 10 metres. It's 2-storey. It has a good-sized external patio, a generous external deck, and significant retaining walls around it. It's on a very small lot. We would argue is actually relatively large. That is supported by numerous mentions in the planning report about the need for significant excavation to provide for this development to proceed. You'll see from Plan A100, the layout plan, the dwelling consumes a sizable portion of the proposed new lot. You'll also notice, if you carefully review the plans, the roof cavity appears as clear. It's actually the cladding that my wife referred to a while ago. That is solid. You also see a number of sections of the designs that show dotted lines of building above and building below. That's part of the building footprint. The building envelope, Plan 8205, clearly demonstrates that this proposed development protrudes well beyond the building envelope. It is questionable that the report deems compliance with 8.4.2 building envelope performance criterion P3 on the basis that the area of the dwelling outside the building envelope includes a section of the roof, a small section of the balcony, a section of the western wall, and the dining and kitchen areas, window and fascia. In my view, this understates the protrusion. It provides you the outline. The real protrusion is everything in between. That would comprise the kitchen and dining areas as shown on the plan. This, in our view, is a significant protrusion. When considered as a whole, we're of the view that this application is in fact a proposal for a dwelling that is relatively large in nature, particularly in relation to its small site and the constraints of that site. This is reinforced when you consider the floor plans. On the lower level, they show a second bedroom, bed 2. Immediately adjacent to that second bedroom is a second living room of almost exactly the same size and proportions of bed 2. We would contend that is actually a third bedroom. Whether the building is small or not, relatively small or not, whether it is 2 or 3 bedrooms or not, these are factors that play through in a number of elements of the planning scheme, particularly in the performance criteria. One of them is the Parking and Sustainable Transport Code. Interestingly, the size of the dwelling and the number of the bedrooms is a consideration under those performance criteria. Please don't miss the point when you are considering that. I think that point was missed in the planning assessment. So, in regards to whether it is relatively small or not, whether it is 2 or 3 bedroom or not, we strongly disagree with the planner's conclusion that this proposal complies with the performance criteria, at least in part based on the planner's view that the dwelling is relatively small in nature, being 2 bedrooms. This is clearly not the case. In our view, when accurately assessed, what you have before you is a development proposal for a relatively large 3-bedroom, 2-storey dwelling incorporating a double garage. We therefore believe the planner has made an error in deeming compliance with the performance criteria for 8.4.2 P3, siting and scale, and C2.5.1, number of parking spaces. To the right of way. The right-of-way located immediately on the southern boundary is the single most unsafe and problematic aspect of the whole proposed development. It is the only means of entry and exit for the new proposed lot, and it has serious constraints. It extends for a length of 56 metres from Wyatt Street. It has a relatively steep grade of 9.5%. It has no passing bays. It is only 3.65 metres wide along its entire length. It is single lane and traffic can only move in one direction at a time. It is unlit. Importantly, the Parking and Sustainable Transport Code is designed to ensure the enduring safety of pedestrians, residents and vehicle occupants. There are two safety scenarios to consider. One is movement of vehicles and equipment during the construction phase. The other one is the movement of vehicles for normal domestic and residential purposes. The first one, of course, is only for a limited period during construction of the proposed dwelling. But we're talking about heavy equipment moving construction materials and no doubt a significant amount of earth into and out of that location. We wonder how safe it would be for the entry and exit point from the laneway to the proposed lot and vice versa, from the laneway to Wyatt Street and vice versa, and bearing in mind there are a number of properties that depend upon that laneway for their access, their sole access. To the movement for domestic and residential purposes, the planner's report assessing the Parking Sustainable Transport Code, the report itself extends to 20 pages in discussing this. That in itself is a very strong indication that this development fails to satisfy it. The assessment against the code predicts an average 9 vehicle movements per day per dwelling serviced by that right-of-way. The report focuses on 4 existing dwellings plus the proposed new dwelling, making 5. But be aware, 48 Hill Street, whilst it does not have the right-of-way attached to its title, utilises that laneway. Arguably, there's a common law right. Arguably, there may not be. But today, that property utilises the laneway. So effectively, with approval, we'd be looking at 6 dwellings. 6 dwellings, 9 vehicle movements a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. I've got my calculator out. I came up with 19,710 vehicle movements up and down that laneway every year. There is no consideration at all in the report on persons, animals and vehicles entering and exiting the proposed development. That is fundamental. It has a staggeringly small setback based on the design of 788 millimetres. From the edge of the right-of-way to the edge of the building is about the length of my arm. There'll be no fence, there'll be no barrier between that dwelling and the right-of-way. There can't be, because that frontage is the entry and exit point for all vehicles into and out of that development. They will turn straight in, and people exiting the development will be exiting an arm's length away from the right-of-way. If you have a quick look at Plan A300, proposed elevations, if you would please look at the northeast elevation and the southwest one. The northeast elevation shows the entry door facing south. The right-of-way runs right beside on a downward slope. The southwest elevation shows that a vehicle travelling down that laneway sees nothing but a block wall until the point where they're upon anybody or anything that exits that proposed property. Mayor, I understand I've had the bell. Would you like me to try to quickly? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was the wrong button.
We are very concerned that the report deems compliance against all performance criteria in relation to C 2.6.2 design and layout of parking areas P1 A to J. The bases for compliance, as I summarise them from the report, are The only available access to the subject property is via the existing right-of-way. Without demolition of the existing dwelling on the property, no other access opportunities exist. And the second point is, this is due to the right-of-way being existing and no real-world option to widen or provide for such requirements. In other words, even though it does not comply with the acceptable solutions and can't comply with the performance criteria, the planner has recommended that you approve it anyway, because no other real-world options exist. Of course they do. You can refuse it. We have obtained formal advice from a traffic engineer, Pitt and Sherry, which contradicts the planner's assessment and recommendations. The traffic engineer's report includes the following. As there is little manoeuvring space, the existing right-of-way arrangement has the potential to result in a collision between vehicles. Secondly, a vehicle reversing out of the garage would not have good visibility to other vehicles on the right-of-way. Thirdly, although the parking apron gradient is not marked on the plans, it appears to be steeper than the Australian standard requirement. Many modern vehicles are larger than the B85 size, and allowance for B99 vehicles is recommended. I'll admit I don't know the difference. One's bigger than the other, and apparently they're quite common. And what the traffic engineer is saying here is the space is so tight that larger sized vehicle will not be able to manoeuvre. And in fact, the next point is swept path assessment shows that two B99 vehicles cannot satisfactorily access the garage in a single manoeuvre without colliding with the building structure, boundary fence or other parked vehicle. The traffic engineer goes on to say there is potential for drivers to have difficulty accessing and exiting the proposed garage from the right-of-way. And two further points from the traffic engineer. It is noted that the site is very constrained. Consideration could be given to widening the garage to allow for more manoeuvring space or providing an alternative parking arrangement on site that allows more manoeuvring space for vehicles. And finally, in summary, this assessment has identified transport-related issues that could impact the safety and operation of the site. Further investigation should be undertaken and the identified issues resolved before the proposed dwelling is considered for approval. We believe the planner has made an error in deeming compliance with the performance criteria, largely based on an erroneous assessment of the safety risks associated with C2.6.2 criterion P1. Lastly, if I can, Mayor, on topography and constraints. Well, as discussed, the right-of-way seriously constrains access to the proposed lot. The proposed lot topography is also a serious constraint, as it slopes quite significantly to the southeast, thereby requiring extensive excavation and retaining walls, is bounded on the north by a sewer easement running east-west, is bounded on the east by a sewer easement running north-south, is bounded on the west by the proposed dwelling's western wall, which will form the western boundary, and is bounded on the south by the right-of-way. In our view, the planner has striven hard to find ways to support the recommendation to approve this proposal. However, the substance of the issues with topography cannot be completely glossed over. The report gives away this fact from the following statements within the report. Due to the slope of the site, significant earthworks are proposed along with retaining walls. Due to the slope and width of the lot, without further substantial earthworks, it would be difficult for a dwelling to be wholly contained in the envelope under the acceptable solution. The proposal has been designed as a response to the slope, providing for significant excavation to allow the development to sit lower than if built above ground level. The dwelling has been designed in response to the slope of the site by providing cut and fill to sink the proposal further into the hillside. The only available access to the subject property is via the existing right-of-way. Without demolition of the existing dwelling on the property, no other access opportunities exist. The proposal is unable to meet the standards for width and passing bays. This is due to the right-of-way being existing and no real-world option to widen or provide for such requirements. We fail to see how the proposed development could be assessed as complying with any of the following performance criteria, each of which is grounds for refusal. 8.4.2, building envelope P3, siting and scale. A4, visual impacts. C2.5.1, parking. P1.2, parking spaces. And C2.6.2, design and layout of parking areas. P1, A to J. And just to wrap up, if this is the right dwelling, it is on the wrong site. That's the problem here. And what will result is issues of safety, issues of potential collision of vehicles, disharmony among neighbours. There were 53 respondents to this development, recognising issues with its design and location and flagging issues with access and topographic constraints. What you have before you is a proposal for a 3-bedroom, 2-storey, double garage development that is oversized for the lot, and the lot is severely constrained. The proposal depends entirely on a right-of-way that is unable to service it effectively and safely. In our view, taken together, these various factors result in a proposed development that, if constructed, would pose serious safety risks to drivers, residents and pedestrians. The proposal should be revised and redesigned to comply with acceptable solutions. Or the real-world option that should have been exercised as part of the planning assessment should be implemented. It should be recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. Now, we do note that there are some more speakers here as well, but I would like to bring to council's attention that there is an error in the paperwork that we have, and that the plans are a mixture of multiple plans. Noting that also we have the plans printed out here, so they're all cohesive. Noting that the date, if there was for councillors' consideration, time to be asked for to look through the plans, there would have to be from the developer and the owners an extension of time. If that extension of time is not given, a decision will have to be made today regardless. In confidence of a couple of councillors' conversations just then, I am of the view to continue with the decision today, but if councillors would like to have a break and to look through the plans, we can do that, or we can continue on with where we're at with the speakers, with the developer here themselves as well. Question, Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. So just some clarity. Yep. The noting it was re-advertised.
Yes.
What were the plans that were advertised the second time for the benefit of the community?
Yes.
Are they the mixture of both that are contained within the agenda?
Yep, I will refer to Senior Planner Ian.
Sorry, no, the ones that were in the agenda were the mixture. So there was an incorrection just because it was advertised twice. Those ones were put in accidentally. So the revised ones would be the ones that we'd be able to hand out shortly.
Question, Councillor Britton?
This just shoot me down here. How different are the plans?
Sure. That's the question. Are they different enough for us to...
No.
Sorry. No, let's go to...
Look, they do show more detail. There are slight changes to some of the setbacks, and they do show the building envelope in a 3D form.
So whilst I'm happy to have the plans distributed to you now, we still do have to be respectful to anyone who's speaking if they were to be put in front of you and we were to carry on. That would be my proposed way forward.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to just add, one of the main differences is the southern wall, the large block wall, is extended in the re-advertised set of plans from the dimensions in the first set. I don't quite remember how significant.
That's okay. We can go to our senior planners for further clarification on the differences. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just asking, are the revised plans more legible? Because I've really struggled with the plans the whole time on this one.
Sorry.
reading.
We can hand them out around the table and you can have a quick look.
Just if I may, Mr Mayor, make a clarification. In terms of the community, the correct plans were advertised to the community. The only people who haven't seen now the revised plans are those sitting at this table, and we have copies here to show you. There is increased level of detail in the new plans. There is some 3D modelling showing how much it extrudes beyond the mass. What's that blue colour in? Beyond the building envelope, and it also has some other little things that Ian can take you through.
Let's distribute the plans. Let them keep talking, or let things yeah, I think so too. So, councillors, we're going to be respectful to the speakers that are here with us as well. So I would appreciate if there wasn't flicking of papers and so forth, and we will acknowledge that we have additional plans once it's been moved. It's important to note it there, and we can have some further conversations with our planners through the process. But I do think it's important for us to continue with the speakers as we go forward as well, and then note that we have additional information once a recommendation is moved or not. So thank you very much for your patience.
Cheers, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Cam Harbrow, and I own and have resided at the property below the one where the application is, and I live at 44 Hill Street, West Launceston, and have been there for the last 3 years. I've met a number of people here today who came during various inspections of the property, and as you would recall, that laneway that goes down is on my title, that goes down and accesses the two properties on White Street and then the three properties on Hill Street. You will have seen that this is a very thin lane. There's also very tight an entry and exit up into White Street. It's steep. And many locals parking their cars on White Street makes it visibility at times extremely difficult to entry and exit from that laneway. With the vegetation on either side of the lane as you're going up to, I don't believe it would be suitable for larger, heavy construction type vehicles and equipment, which will damage the surface. Also, the footprint of the proposed dwelling is very close to the boundaries, and I believe will diminish the enjoyment of the backyard of my property at 44 Hill Street. I'm also concerned about access from the lane into the back of the development at 18 White Street, as the surface of the lane is about 700 metres below the ground level. So there's a fairly significant drop or cutting have to be made in there, and I'm concerned about what that might have for drainage of that property onto my property, and potentially a large reduction of the garden beds that are already in place down that laneway, that thin laneway. As I said, access in and out of my property would be compromised for extended periods if a construction site is undertaken. Even recently, with some minor works at 18 White Street and tradies' vehicles parked in the lane, make getting in and out bloody difficult. I would not like to see this application approved, as I don't believe it's appropriate for that part of West Launceston, given the heritage area, larger, older properties, and there's a lot of pedestrian access in that area, people walking their dogs, schools nearby, cafes nearby. So I would not like to see this development go ahead, so thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers to the item? Okay. No speakers for? Okay, well, we'll move on to the recommendation. So the recommendation is that a permit be granted for residential construction of an additional dwelling with access over 44 Hill Street at 18 White Street and 44 Hill Street, West Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Somebody to move the recommendation. Moved by the Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor, noting also, councillors, that to move a motion doesn't mean that you support a motion, it just means that you can start debating, just for reference there, because it doesn't happen too often. A question first, Deputy Mayor. Sure. Sure. Just chuck your microphone on, please.
Is the commentary regarding the size of the block, the 345 square metres versus the 498.5. Could the officer just explain to us which one's right and why 498, that's a significant difference to 345, and whether that impacts on what we're talking about today?
Density is calculated at the size of the block. It's not, so it's someone might propose strata and they might say this will be the future strata at 345, but for the purpose of assessment against 8.4.1, if you're proposing 2 dwellings on a block, you basically, and there's already one, well, there's one there, you split it in 2. So it would be whatever dwelling per site area. Does that make sense?
So effectively, I think you're saying to me that we have a large block and you divide it by 2.
You'd have 2 dwellings.
Because it's going to be strata on the one block rather than it's being subdivided.
Even though they may have put strata on the plans, it's irrelevant to the assessment regarding density.
Right, thank you. Second question was height relevant to the adjoining property. There was concern about, I think, some drawings that you might have made on the paper, just in regards to the fact that we have a sloping property which is going to be excavated as to what the true height of the property from ground level is. Could you just give some explanation as to how we've arrived at that and whether you have any reference point to the windows of the property at 42 Hill Street?
It's okay. Yeah, come and sit here.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify that?
Just looking at the relative height of the relevant height of the development relative to the heights, given it's a sloping block and there's going to be significant excavation, A, where is ground height measured from, and B, sort of what relative height above ground height that the size of the building is?
So height is measured from the existing ground level. That's how it's measured. With regard to this property, or proposal, I should say, the height would be 99.9 RL, which is your AHD, similar to what we were talking about under the previous application. It would have a maximum height of based on the plan, 7.952. Metres above level. However, it changes constantly just because it is sloped. And because of those slopes, you have differing heights. Now, as compared to the adjoining property at, was it 42? One moment. They have sill heights from our records of 99.5. So what we have is 99.9. Now you have to remember that's the highest part of the area, I guess towards the right-of-way section.
Right.
Further question, Councillor Harris, then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just on the height issue, if I can, from the officer. Just look at the plans. The box slopes in both directions, both from left to right and from front to back, so it makes life difficult as to trying to pick a height. Looking at the plan, I can see a figure of 3.486, which seems to indicate that would be the height of the wall at the highest land point, if you like, and viewed when viewed from number 42. So that would be what I believe. And now, obviously, the slope slopes down, so therefore the height will get greater. And looking at it, it looks to slope down to 4.597 or near enough to 4.6 metres at the bottom of the slope of the block. Is that how you would read those numbers?
So you're talking about the northwest elevation?
Yes.
So that's the northwest elevation will be the elevation that's seen from the adjoining property to the north.
Which is number 42. Yep.
Which is number 42. And the dotted line, which you can see running between, is the natural ground line.
Yep.
Now, you can see the height, the maximum height of the building is the difference between the dotted line and the top of the building. And if you see on either end of those elevations, it goes from 3.4 metres to 4.5 metres as you go down. So 3.4 metres is to the top of that parapet. The effective height may be less because the parapet is only visible on that very end.
Okay, so looking at it, the 99.000 M that's referred to.
It would appear a single story at that end of the, and it would go down to approximately 4.5, which is a story and a half, because the development is dug in.
And you made comment that the windows in 42 were set at 99.5. So therefore, that's the sill height, which from memory was about waist height, and you're going to be half a metre below that to the very top of the parapet wall, which is the highest point on the parapet, but then the roof itself is actually lower than that again, and the windows and other things will be lower still.
Correct.
So there is no way you could see from this into their area other than what you'd see at the angle that you'd see of their ceiling, perhaps more so than people standing in the room.
Yes, noting that the setback to the boundary at that point is 5 metres.
Yep. And
the house at the north is relatively close to the boundary.
Yes.
It is not unusual for neighbours to see each other at 5 or 6 metres. So the relationship of houses in suburban locations at 5-6 metres difference is not unusual to have a house at 6 metres.
No, that is, if you like, would meet the standards that we would expect between dwellings.
Well, the relationship between the proposed dwelling and the neighbour to the north is best appreciated by looking at the building envelope diagram. So in this one, in the plans,
yep, the blue ones,
you can see that the building on the northern elevation is entirely within the building envelope to a depth of at least half the building, or approximately half the building. Much more than that on the western elevation and slightly less on the eastern elevation. But for a considerable depth of the building, it is inside the envelope. It breaches the envelope on the opposite side of the dwelling to the house at 42.
Thank you.
So any breach is a considerable distance from that, noting it's set back 6 metres from the boundary. in any instance.
When you talk about the building envelope, because you brought it up, I'll mention that one as a question as well. I know you have said on numerous occasions a building envelope is a hypothetical envelope that is sitting on a flat block of land that extends up and then extends at 45 degrees which you try to contain a building within it. Clearly on a sloping site like this, it is exceptionally difficult to have a building envelope that doesn't have some protrusions. But my question is, where does the building envelope be positioned? Is it, if you like, the front corner where the wall is on the driveway, or is it in fact further down the slope where perhaps you would have another part and therefore the slope would work against you? I'm just trying to understand. You say it's a flat thing, but this is not a flat thing.
It goes from the natural ground. So it would be a regular shape if it was on a flat block, but because it's not a flat block, the envelope gets slightly skewed, so that the elements that you're allowed on the boundary will go higher. You're still allowed your 3 metre height on the boundary of the 45, but because one is higher than the other, the dimensions of the envelope get slightly skewed to accommodate the slope. I don't know if I'm making sense, but essentially you get the same envelopes, but it's aligned to the slope of the land.
That's before excavation.
Which makes it a non-regular envelope that you might get on a flat block.
And again, not only east-west, but does it also get skewed when you're north-south?
It depends on what the slope is.
Well, this one's got it in both directions. So it would skew it both north-south and also
yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The horizontal dimensions of the envelope start at ground level. So if one is higher than the other, your horizontal dimensions, your 3 metres, starts relative to ground level, and then you then join the dots, so to speak, in parallel to the ground.
And so in such a block as this, which slopes in both directions, is it unusual that a dwelling would fit within it? Or, is it common to see them with some protrusions because of the
on
skewing?
steeper sites, it's much more likely that you break the envelope, because the steeper the site, the harder it is to keep a building inside the envelope. And in suburbs with steeply sloped sites like Trevalen, a significant number of the buildings would be outside a traditional flat block envelope.
And where those protrusions do occur, is there a preference that you have living areas that extend into it, or is it preferable to have just roof lines? What's the preference from a planning perspective?
I don't think there's any preference. I think if you are, but generally speaking from a planning perspective, if you are going to break the envelope or overlook, you are better to do that towards the street, so towards the public space rather than towards private spaces adjoining you, because the impacts of those things are lesser if you are focusing on a public street. So you're not necessarily overlooking if you are overlooking a public space. That's passive surveillance, and that's probably that's something that we would be looking for. So when you've got overlooking of public spaces, that's not a negative. Overlooking of private spaces adjoining you is probably less desirable from a planning perspective in the way that we've drawn our scheme.
Thank you. With you said overlooking the street, in this case the laneway is almost performing the function of the street. Would that be a fair assessment? Well, rather than the actual White Street, which is so far up the hill they couldn't see.
The laneway is a public space in a sense that it's shared between five houses.
Yep, thank you. I guess the traffic report that Mr. Tierman talked about, what did our traffic report say? That seems to be in contradiction to...
There was no traffic report for lodged with the application.
Was that unusual or regular?
No, it's not unusual for an application such as this.
Why would that be unusual? Because there's only 9 movements to be added to an existing laneway, or is it something that you as a planning officer could have asked for when they lodged the plans?
Look, theoretically, we could have asked for something, but I guess we undertook an assessment and I guess reviewed by our infrastructure team and you know, made an assessment based on the situation and what was being proposed, where it was considered to be acceptable.
I mean, the council's infrastructure team has skilled people on it, and we don't necessarily request reports if we've got the confidence and the ability to assess the facts as presented in the application. So it isn't unusual. We don't ask for a report in every circumstance where we believe the facts are relatively straightforward.
Yep. So that's, you didn't ask other council officers' opinions.
We referred it to our infrastructure.
Oh, you did
team.
refer it to the
Yeah. No, we refer all these things to our infrastructure.
So
team.
everyone is assessed by our own internal officers.
Correct.
Who do their own assessment.
Correct.
Not, it doesn't just rest with Ian as
No.
This
would have gone. This goes to our infrastructure team. They would have assessed it and given us appropriate advice, which we included in our report.
And just in regard to the actual building itself, which is shown as 2-bedroom and 2 living rooms, as distinct to being a 3-bedroom house, what effect would it have on any of the planning opinions, traffic management, parking requirements, if it had been submitted as a 3-bedroom, 1 living room development rather than 2 bedrooms with 2 living areas? Is there any huge difference?
No, I don't believe so. It would have retained the requirement for 2 spaces per dwelling, and being a multiple dwelling, still requiring the under the table, requiring the acceptable solution. Requiring the visitor space under the acceptable solution.
Having visited the site, the most likely visitor parking space would probably be on White Street, I would imagine, as it would be for many of the other houses in that area. The fact that they haven't provided one, is that necessarily a killer of the development, or is it in fact something that's quite normal?
No, look, it's I guess each application's assessed on its own merits, but we've definitely had multiple dwelling applications before where for whatever reason they weren't able to provide car parking, and again we refer to our infrastructure team who have more expertise and are able to provide us comment, and essentially is that surrounding road network able to accommodate such vehicles.
Yep. And you may or may not know this, answer this question. When our council officers assess the traffic movements, do they look for any number of accidents that might have occurred in that particular area because of the narrowness of White Street and the steepness and the lack of visibility when exiting, particularly that laneway?
That would be a normal consideration in a TIA, but I don't specifically know what our traffic officers considered in this, other than what they provided, the advice they provided to us and the approval conditions.
Okay. And finally, if I may, in mentioning an amenity, we talked. There was some discussion from our neighbours about the desirability of having similar building materials, the use of timber and brick rather than perhaps the more modern materials proposed in this. Is that something under which the planning scheme should be assessing, that it fits, if you like, the character of that area or the amenity or the harmonious nature of it fitting in compared to what we've got? Noting that the Heritage Report of 2007 has not been adopted, and as such, there isn't any heritage overlay as such on the area.
Simply, the Paul Davies report, its recommendations haven't been adopted by council. We don't know if they were considered, whether those views would be adopted ultimately, and therefore it cannot be relevant to today's decision. In terms of materiality may be important if we were considering visual impact and bulk and the like, But as a general rule, materiality is not a consideration. From a first principles point of view, colours may be, or if we were breaching the envelope, or if we felt like the bulk was unreasonable, non-reflective materials and other things like that can be factors in planning considerations. But generally speaking, if you're inside the envelope and you're not causing unreasonable visual bulk, we wouldn't be specifying a particular material, particularly outside of, say, a scenic management area or a heritage area or an area with specific overlays.
However, if there was specific heritage overlays, that is one of the requirements.
It could be, depending on what the principles are. In scenic management, we tend to prefer darker, earthier tones and non-reflective materials. In heritage areas, we tend to prefer materials that are complementary or compatible with the area around it. In this area, though, those things don't necessarily apply or don't apply.
Yep. Finally, there was an email sent to Councillor Kai and Councillor Pentridge, we heard, and also to yourself, Richard, on the 25th of January from the Heritage Council. Do you have any recollection of that email that was raised by Elizabeth McCrane Cross? Do you remember that?
I don't have total recall of it, no, but I was aware that he'd written to the councillors from the point of view of the Heritage Committee. So I think he may have mistakenly believed I was still on the Heritage Committee. I don't attend that committee anymore.
Okay, thank you. No further questions?
Sounds like a courtroom. Councillor Gibson with a question, then Councillor Britton.
Thank you. So I've got three questions. The first one, Acting CEO, in terms of your ability to feel satisfied with the fact that the correct plans were not included in the advertised agenda, just to be triply sure you're happy with that? Not the process, obviously, happy with the ability for councillors to, subsequent to that, to have received them and to make the decision?
Honestly, I'm comfortable that the right plans were advertised and the assessment is based on the correct plans. So if councillors are comfortable, then I'm comfortable with the decision.
Thanks. I think that's important to have on the record. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, please, specific to the width of the right-of-way, the nature of ability to bring the real width versus the current manoeuvrability of the width into line with what is required as per the standards, and questions with regard to the manoeuvrability to ensure that the smallest width car produced in Australia is able to manoeuvre its way into the garage. In fact, the two of them can do that amazing act. So, first of all, what is the width, please, of the right-of-way that the assessment has been undertaken on?
Well, the existing right-of-way is 3.65 metres wide.
Thank you. And is that, for us as the planning officers, is that delineated via a desktop analysis or via the plans that are submitted, or indeed an on-site visit?
It's noted on the title.
Great, thank you. In terms of what's noted on the title versus what we saw when we visited the other day, there's a difference. You would have seen the difference. Neighbours have made reference to the difference. Do we honestly think that the ability to be able to bring the right-of-way up to a standard, noting that there is no inclusion of condition that it is the developer's role to maintain or bring up to standard the right-of-way, could it be that without such a condition that the building could be built, but in fact then the access to the garage would not be possible given the current state of the right-of-way?
I think the condition requires that the right-of-way be upgraded as per the endorsed plans. So that's a condition, and it states prior to commencement of the use or occupation of the dwelling that be done. I think generally speaking with rights of way, and I want to preface this by this isn't a legal opinion, but my experience says that they are shared costs and they are paid for proportional to the benefit you receive from that right of way. Now, we haven't necessarily mandated that the developer upgrade this, given that it's a shared facility to four or five residences, and they may well be an argument that they need to contribute to that to the extent that they do. Now, any additional benefit or any additional upgrade necessary to facilitate this may well be required to be paid by this person. But that's a negotiation and an agreement that needs to be made by the beneficiaries of the right of way in the view of the planning officers. So notwithstanding, it is the view that it needs to be done, and if no agreement can be found, well then the proponent of this development may be required to pay for it if they want to build and occupy their house. But there would be scope, and without wanting to stray into things outside the planning scheme, for negotiation around that, about ongoing maintenance of the right of way, because from the planning scheme perspective, nothing in this would require the owner of this house to maintain a right of way that's shared between 5 people in perpetuity.
Yeah. No, thanks. I fully understand that, and I certainly appreciate the comments. I guess the assessment is based upon the fact that the right of way is indeed 3.65 metres wide, which is absolutely what's contained within the title, but it's not actually what's there. And so in order to be able to manoeuvre one's car into the garage at slope on an already narrow right-of-way as per the title versus a right-of-way that we've seen there is going to be difficult. That aside, in terms of the manoeuvrability into the garage, are we confident with regard to the standards that we've applied with regard to the ability to manoeuvre the small cars, the B85s, B60, B85s, yet with a width of, as I mentioned, 1.8, I think, into the garage? Is that absolutely possible at gradient?
We believe that the diagrams are drawn appropriately to show the manoeuvres that are required to meet the standard for a B85 car. So, yes.
Thank you. Again, based on the 3.65 metre width.
Well, the diagrams, we believe the diagrams are drawn appropriately, and the diagrams show that the manoeuvre is possible.
And final question, how does one condition the use of, I mean, practically, the car won't fit into the garage or around the corner, I understand that. How does one, is there a mechanism to ensure that you condition the property, preventing the occupants to only be able to own a certain type of car, or is it just comes down to the fact that you need to work that out yourself?
It's a difficult one. I don't think we can condition what type of cars people own, but if you're not confident driving a Land Cruiser into your garage, you would probably get a smaller car. I don't want to be...
I guess a better question from me would be, other than B85 cars, is there any ability for larger vehicles to be able to meet that mandatory manoeuvrability?
Yeah, well, my understanding of a B85 car is it's a large car. It's the 85th percentile size of car. So, and that's quite a significant car.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, we have looked at that as like a Commodore wagon or something of a large family car.
Councillor Britton, a question?
Thank you very much. Just a quick question regarding when someone puts a house in or an application in, they say it's 2-bedroom, however many bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, what happens if it's 2 bedrooms and there's 5 rumpus rooms, theoretically?
We would normally, it depends on how the arrangement affects things that matter. So if, as Ian has pointed out, if this was 3 bedrooms, it wouldn't affect the car parking. If it was 3 bedrooms, 2 rumpus rooms, a study and blah, 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 we have taken the view that those, if they can be used as bedrooms, they should be assessed as bedrooms in the past for the purposes of car parking, etc. Yeah. If it looks like it's a mechanism to avoid a car parking assessment, we will interrogate that and have a look at that. But in this case, that's not relevant because 2 spaces deals with 3.
That's all I was after. Thank you.
Question, Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Kai.
Thank you. Just quickly, so we heard that the setback from the right-of-way was 788 millimetres. Can you confirm that that is correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So would I be correct in assuming that the small retaining wall that takes you into the entry is practically on the boundary?
Yes, it could well be on the boundary.
Okay, so we are then also probably right to assume that there will be no fence on that boundary?
Well, the majority of it's a crossover. Yeah, so no.
Okay, so it's practically on the right-of-way.
Well, the garage door is set back further. Yeah, on sloping blocks, it's not unusual to have a retaining wall on the boundary, either up or down, depending. Okay. But because sites are flat, and so to get the flatness at the site, you need to retain. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're correct.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Kai.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is, so when the car comes down and before the garage door goes up, cars would be just stationary on the right-of-way, waiting for the garage door to go up before they can go in?
I suppose that depends when you press the button as you're going down the driveway. If you press it early enough, no. If you wait till you get there, yes, it might be going up.
Yeah.
Necessitating a wait.
Now, my other question is, I'm looking on the front page here. It says that number 44 Hill Street, owner of the right-of-way, legally, does number 18 have to get approval from number 44, who is the owner of the right-of-way, to be able to use that right-of-way?
I think the right-of-way comes with the title. So the title provides a right of access for the benefit of this property over that property. So when you buy that title, you get the right to use that laneway. It's a right of way, so to speak, on the title.
I just thought, where it says here, owner of the right of way, because if it's a right of way that comes with the title of 18, I assume that would be the right of way of 18 and 44 and all the other addresses that it's attached to. So I'm just a bit confused as to why it would actually just say owner of right of way under 44, not under all the other addresses.
The right-of-ways generally have an underlying title. Someone owns it, but access to that is granted to other people depending on the circumstances. So in this case, it's been granted to 18 Wyatt, and that's granted to the entirety of 18 Wyatt. So if you have 2 houses on that, you can access it from both houses. So does that answer your question?
Yes and no. In a sense, it does. I just don't know legally how. I don't really understand how right-of-ways work. I just thought that when somebody owns a right-of-way, as the owner of the right-of-way, I thought they might have priority over who can and who can't use it.
No, those things are set. The terms of the right-of-way are generally set in the title. So it would be a benefit. You would get normally sets out
So on their title.
Your benefit, and if you buy a house with the benefits of a right of way, it would state that on your title, and that would give you permission to use that right of way.
Okay, so number 18 will have on their title the right of way to use that right of way.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, a question?
A timely question, considering the line of questioning there. Thank you, Chair. That right of way, I mean, this is because it's transferable because it's a proposed strata change. If it was an actual subdivision, that right of way wouldn't transfer. Is that correct?
Well, it would be my understanding that that would transfer.
Even as a subdivision?
That would be my understanding. I'm not a lawyer, but that's my experience.
Yeah, it was my understanding it only would transfer if it's a proposed strata change. But notwithstanding that, you're saying that the costs of maintaining and ensuring that the existing right-of-way is 3.65 metres consistently, which it's not at the moment, would ultimately fall to everyone who has right-of-way over that property.
That would be my experience of how rights of way normally work.
Even though there's only one property that's going to require the full width in order for it to be usable?
I think everybody would benefit from the full width. And look, these are matters for negotiation.
Absolutely.
And so
there's legal matters
too. It's probably not appropriate for the council to...
It's possibly not, but what we are doing is creating a situation where one person, it would seem it's necessary for their access. It's not necessary for anyone else's access.
I mean, in the development of this area, these houses have all been built in sequence. And so if you took that view, you know, the person who built last would be maintaining it all. And I'm not sure it transfers responsibility like that in a legal sense. But so I think it's a shared responsibility. And I think that's for negotiation between the parties as opposed to us mandating an outcome there. I do think, though, here that it is a requirement of this development that it be done. So in absence of an agreement, there's still a requirement that it be done.
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to ask, just to clarify, issue 18 talks about the right-of-way being destroyed during construction. Could you just explain how the road is protected? It's in the building, just beyond the plan, why it's not a planning issue?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
And my question's really along the line is that I understand that under the building approval, relationships to vehicles and traffic management and things like that are part of that, not part of the planning process. So in the event of vehicles needing to egress and ingress on that property, they'll need to do that under the building application. Is that correct?
There are requirements for notification and there are requirements around reinstatement and things like that, but that is a matter for the building surveyor and it's a matter to be dealt with at that point. Yeah.
A question, Councillor Petridge, or to speak?
I'd like to just make a note on it. Speak.
Well, we'll get to the movers first. Yeah. We haven't got quite to the speaking part just yet, but that's okay. So, as the mover, Councillor Mackenzie, to speak now.
Thank you. I stand to say I move the motion. I've still got my mind open as to what the answer might be at the end of the conversation. So really getting the motion moved is something to get the conversation started in regards to the matter. I met with one of the representatives a week or so ago in their property and I looked at a number of the issues that were raised by them. Firstly, the overlooking, and secondly, I think the other one was overlooking. Anyway, I'll get to that one. And privacy. And certainly looking from their view, I looked out over the windows and said, well, to be quite frank, I don't see how overlooking is going to be an issue. on the basis that pretty well all the properties are protected where the looking part out of the houses are. I mean, I appreciate it looks back, but it's 5 metres from the back fence in relation to 42. But looking down, the major viewpoints are actually over 44, but that's 44 have trees, and basically the house is well set down on the block, so therefore not overlooking into that. So met that, and directly out, I think, which is 18 or 16 White Street, they're looking straight into a bushy block. So therefore, from an overlooking point of view, I didn't see there was any issue associated with that. And in an overshadowing point of view, similar types of issues is that the overshadowing is going to overshadow on bushland, or sorry, not bushland, on backyard, which is actually trees, which are largely overshadowing the properties anyway, other than probably the subject property itself, where there's going to be a wall which will have some overshadowing on the backyard, but not the house itself. So I didn't think either of those were significant arguments in relation to the planning scheme. Where I have most difficulty with it is, and sorry, no, I should just reference the 2007 report in regards to the heritage values that were done. Unfortunately, it was a document that was done all around Launceston, which had some lovely thoughts about various places, and West Launceston was one of those places where it talked about the beauty of the hillscape and so forth like that. But only certain properties have been listed on the register, not the area as a thing. And I imagine Ian Borsma was writing and saying, wouldn't it be great that all of that was looked at in relation to this particular property, and when we get into our heritage precincts, it may well be, and I think that was referenced by one of the speakers as well. The reality of it is it doesn't fit into the planning scheme at this point in time, and we can't take that into consideration because it is not part of it. Having said that, there are 2 or 3 things that I have issues or concerns with. I think the visual bulk in this particular area, when you look at the area itself, you look out, there's beautiful leafy trees and things like that, which gets a little bit back towards the Heritage Consultants report back in 2007, but this is talking about amenity, and that was well described by the speaker earlier in the piece. So I said my view is the visual bulk that a building like this does, and it changes the character of the area is the key issue that I would be focusing on in relation to my representation in regard to it. I still have issues with that. I've had a number of conversations with the planners in regards to that, and basically saying no, it fits within the building code, and it's we're looking at intensification of our properties in and around Launceston as opposed to worrying about that too much unless there are specific areas that are provided for. The building outside the envelope, again, looking at those photos there, they're on the laneway and looking out over 44. Again, I said I don't see that as being an issue because I'm looking at a laneway and directly in front of them is somebody else's property, but it's basically trees in front of them and basically trees to the left of them and not really impacting on the amenity of the properties that are directly affected by the building outside of the envelope aspects of it. So I don't see that as being a reason from a planning point of view, and I think that's why it's been assessed under the performance criteria as to being meeting the aspects of it. So where I then get to, the next aspect was actually visual bulk and I guess the changing of the streetscape, well not the streetscape because the streetscape really it sits down below that and you really can't see it from White Street, but it's really in that area. We're just changing the nature of it, and is that a real loss of amenity? So that's where my question marks are. And really the other issues are really the right-of-way and how that's impacting on the use and from the safety, and I think that was brought out by one of the speakers and the owner of property 44 is the access up and down that laneway. It is tight. It has got gradient. It's got access issues at the top of the driveway. So there are a number of things there that could concern me from a safety point of view, and therefore, again, unless there's some condition about making sure they get that 3.65 width, would like a little bit of an extension.
Okay, somebody to move. Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. I'll remember you, I will. So basically, the right of way, concerns me on the basis of its width and the ability for the property to be properly accessed through that process. So consequently like that, a condition to any plans where they need to actually expand the right to get to 3.65 to ensure that that sweep pattern works, I think would be a worthwhile addition to the motion. I don't know how enforceable that is, but certainly the intent of it is. And again, I think the road usage area is, just given where you've got access back out onto the road, I think the owner of 44 made the comment about how difficult it is when people park on either side of the roadway to actually get access out onto the street. So it does improve or decrease the safety aspects of the road. So they're my key concerns with the development. I'm interested to see what other people say in regards to which way I'll vote on it. But I'm, certainly that's sort of, a bit of balance on both ways.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your words. I won't add a lot more other than, like him, I also visited the site on 2 occasions, once to view it from 42 Hill Street and also the second time to view it from the laneway. I guess if this, it does seem to hang a little bit on amenity, and if amenity is one of those very difficult things, and we noticed the definition used, harmonious, compatible, and perhaps the S Group's use of materials, lightweight building materials and metal rather than weatherboards and brick means that it does look, as it is, modern with a flat roof. Now, it's probably been done for that to make sure that the roof doesn't intrude so much, but if in fact it had been built or proposed to be built with bricks and weatherboards and a pitched gable roof that looked like a fake 1920s build, would that have been any different? Because it would still have sat fundamentally in the same location. And I think that's something that could be considered for the applicant. However, we assess what is there today. Whilst there aren't a lot of units in the area, this is one that can be assessed or can be developed in this manner, initially via strata title. There are a number of units, of course, down next to the cafe that someone mentioned as being one of the amenities of the area. And in fact, there's about 30 units there that belong to Housing Tasmania, delivered Meals on Wheels there many times on the corner of Brougham Street, which is where the cafe is. So you can't sort of take the cafe part out of that and not talk about the fact there's units there when you're then talking about you're destroying my amenity because you're putting a house by strata title in the backyard of a neighbouring property. For me, it is one of the few blocks that I can see based on a Google search that allows this to happen, and it is only because of the laneway. If the laneway was not there with a right-of-way over it, there's no way this would happen. And so many other blocks that might be quite deep with large backyards don't have the access to have the ability without knocking down the existing house. So I don't think this will cause a precedent that we'll see a lot of development in the backyards on that side of West Launceston. The heritage report by Paul Davey, thank you, talks about the hill and the vista of it when viewed from High Street and other parts of the city. And this modern house sitting amongst all those other weatherboard and brick 1920s houses won't stand out simply because there is a tree hedge at the back of number 44 Hill Street, which will obliterate its ability to be seen from the thing. You'll only see the trees. Now the trees can be cut down and then it might become a bit more obvious, or the trees or the neighbour could actually plan to put their own trees in front of it to screen off that particular aspect as well. So on balance, I think the 4 standards that require our planning discretion: the setback and building envelope, the privacy, the car parking and the design of the parking areas. The parking's been talked about enough, as has our Deputy Mayor has mentioned the access of privacy for those people who would move into the new dwelling will have overlooking but of a laneway and basically heavily treed backyards. The setback, as we've talked about, the house will sit almost right on the laneway. That is not unusual in some of the old parts of Launceston to have houses built right to the front boundary, but it won't affect the White Streets streetscape because you can't see it. It's only going to be those people who use the driveway and the right-of-way down to the other houses. So on due consideration, I'll be supporting this if I manage to stay in the meeting long enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Next to speak, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and I want to thank those that have actively engaged with the DA. I think it's important to note that Elizabeth, who spoke on behalf of a lot of people, it's hard for us to delineate what amenity loss the others will have versus the amenity loss that perhaps she will have. And I think that's important simply because of the nature of how far the development is set back from their boundary, notwithstanding there will be a change in terms of the view outside the window. For me, I want to state really clearly that I think development will happen on this site, and it is absolutely the right of the developer to be able to do with the land and put forward an application such as this, or indeed a different one, if indeed that's the way it goes into the future. So I think we have to understand that there is the potential for change on that site. For me, I am most concerned with the right-of-way, simply because it seems to me impossible to be able to achieve a right-of-way at 3.65 metres. And for the cars to be able to do what it is they're required to do. It's not about the lack of parking. It's not about the lack of a passing bay. It's literally about the width of the right-of-way and its ability to function as it's intended with a two-storey, two-bedroom development. So that for me is the issue. I want to thank Ellen for her responses, which were provided, as well as all the representatives, and the additional thinking that came from Jeff and Michelle Gray, just with regard to the nature, as Deputy Mayor referred to, of construction, and with regard to, I guess, the upgrade of the right-of-way. For me, that's adequately covered in the inclusion of point 14, the construction management plan. But what's not covered, again, is those costs that's going to be required to bring the right-of-way up to condition. And I definitely appreciate the advice and the note, I guess, that it sits outside what we can condition. I just find it hard to have that kind of in mind when you can't achieve what it is that needs to be achieved without those works being undertaken, and then neighbours potentially being asked to contribute to that. But that's outside, as you've said. The other thing that I think is important to note is the fact that development and the development scope of the city changes over time, and it would seem that there are some large properties in that area that have definitely taken advantage of every centimetre of acceptable development space. But I do want to say that there are two ways to achieving compliance through the scheme: acceptable solution and then reliance on the performance criteria. And one is no better than the other. They are two valid pathways to achieve a DA. You can go to Devonport one way, or you can go the other way. They're both the same. You're travelling to Devonport. And that is the same with planning. And I think that's really important because of the challenges that the site presents. There are going to be things that are reliant upon the performance criteria in order to achieve compliance. I do take on board the comments that have been raised, presumably by a number of speakers that Elizabeth was speaking for, with regard to amenity. It was definitely something that came to mind when we were there. I note that it is the planners' experienced belief that is not something that necessarily can be relied upon with regard to the performance criteria, and I definitely respect that informed assessment of what is before what is before us, I can't help but think that the nature of amenity and what will potentially be impacted, not necessarily just for one neighbour, but impacted in the broader sense in terms of what the DA will do, will be a change, and will be a change perhaps that is a little too great, but I also respect the planning process. So I'm interested also to hear what other councillors will say. I know time's ticking, but I'll wait until I've heard.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further speakers? Okay, good. Professor Razay, then Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the detailed concern of the whole community. I also have my sympathy with the owner, and if I live in her property, I've got the opportunity to build in it, probably I will do the same. Also, I look at our planners, they look at the developer plan, and they seem to be agreeing with it. It's not uncommon. Quite often we get a proposal like this, and we found it's slightly larger. The envelope is slightly larger than it should be. And then about the access to the property, and quite often it does. However, regarding this, and that's trying to help our deputy mayor, who is still open-minded, but trying to persuade him. In general, well, if it's in another place, actually, we'll probably pass that. But here, what I'm concerned is about the social cohesion of neighborhood. I believe it's important to live in a harmonious society. This proposal has raised more than 50. Very concerned. I could understand the mental stress that have impacted on all neighbours, and this will continue in the future if we go ahead with this proposal. And I think that, although it's not part of our plan, and it's not part of our planning officer, but from my point of view, I think we should consider that. And I always believe the importance of how developers should talk to neighbors and try the best they can to reach a compromise. Perhaps, I think if they did not talk to each other, they might have reached some compromise in this situation. Overall, it's the same issue about the neighborhood, the landscape, and as we heard, beautiful with lovely gardens. Some I say it should be a narrative, but we don't have any information about it. But I think that's also part of why our city is beautiful, and we would like to maintain it as it is, and therefore I'm going to be voting against that.
Thank you, Professor. Councillor Pentridge, and then Councillor Kai.
Thank you. I'd like to start. I must admit, I'm totally confused at what we've been trying to achieve here. So I've got to go back to something to start off with. Under the Local Government Act, we as councillors have a responsibility, which, in what I've been reading lately, is quite important. That says we have to act in the community's interest. So, repeating what George just said, we've had 53 people. Now that's irrelevant, because I've also heard today that it really doesn't matter whether there's 103 or how many there is. If it fits into the planning scheme, then are we compelled to support it? Now, on the other hand, if we're compelled to support it, maybe we need to change the Government Act, and maybe we as councillors have to stop being representatives of the planning authority, because I don't think we can do both. We can't support the planning authority and the rules and the community at large. Now, just recently, it wasn't that long ago, I enjoyed something else that was said about change. What I try and do is represent the community and be consistent. I think I'm doing the consistency bit pretty good. Now, but we seem to have rules of the day. Just recently, not 100 or let's say a kilometre away, we knocked back a proposal on the corner block, right, that we thought was inappropriate for that area. Now, I also have walked up to White Street on numerous occasions, and I'm at a loss. I'd like to see that block of land developed. But is that building appropriate for that site? And when you look at the rest of the site, and obviously there's 53 other people that have taken the time to put in the representation, I don't think it really is. So, you know, I don't want to be someone that, I'd like to see the people that own the land. My only problem, and I don't know, so I really shouldn't comment, but I will. If this building is being built to earn a quid, then I'm against it. If someone was building that house to live in it, then you'd have to sort of be sympathetic towards it. It will be a beautiful view, but that house will be totally out of character with all the other houses in that area. So, and I think one of us said, well, it's a pity a lot of this couldn't be resolved. I resent, if that's the right word, being put in the position, I'm not God. Probably the closest thing to me is
come on, Councillor Pentridge, let's keep moving.
I'm going to say, I don't like making these decisions. And I think in the interest of 53 people and the fact that the building doesn't fit into the surroundings, I can't support it. But I feel very sorry for the landowners and I wish there was an alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Thank you. Councillor Kai.
I have to agree with all the issues raised by my fellow councillors, as far as, you know, all the, to go with, what is this one? The laneway and safety and the bulk. This development will have a visual impact from Hill Street, and this DA is not compatible and not in harmony with the surroundings. If I was to have to give planning to refuse this development under the planning scheme, I would have to say that it failed 8.4.3 P3, where over 20% of the building is outside the building envelope, and also it has failed 8.4.3 P3B, which says that the sitting and the scale of a dwelling must provide separation between dwellings on adjoining properties that is inconsistent with the existing on the established properties in the area. So I think, make it quick and simple, my answer is I will not be supporting this development.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Further speakers around the table, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. We'll just start off with a question because I suppose we're considering the frontage to be onto the laneway, the right of access. Is that correct?
No.
No.
Short answer. No, frontage is Wyatt Street. The laneway is actually the southern side boundary.
Southern side boundary. It's interesting because then their frontage is somebody else's land. Is that what you're suggesting? But anyway, I won't ask any more questions. I think we've been here long enough. I would imagine someone is going to make money out of this particular thing, but that's neither here nor there. As we're reminded, these are not considerations for today. We're only to look at it under the planning scheme. I agree with my previous speaker. The building is outside the building envelope significantly. I think that has an extreme impact on the surrounding neighbours. I can understand saying, well, that is on the southern side and there's no immediate neighbours there, but it's also an amenity issue when a property does exceed the building envelope by that much. A more modest design would have taken care of that. You know, rather than a flat roof double-storey building, but of course, then you lose floor space. So that's a difficult one. A single-storey building, of course, as I've said many times, in these situations where there are stratas and subdivisions of existing blocks, a single-storey building would have sufficed. But then you're only ending up with a one-bedroom apartment, possibly, in this situation. The property is not being equally divided, although we're being asked to consider that this land is somehow magically 100 square metres bigger than it really is, and we know it's not, and yet we're considering that in terms of density of the whole site. So somehow the backyard of 18 Wyatt Street has a positive effect on this strata title. I find that may be true in the planning scheme, but it's also misleading in terms of what is, the density of that house or building on that block. And of course, when it comes to the driveway and the access, I do have concerns about the access in general. I suppose that there's a necessity there for an extremely sharp turn on a steep part of the driveway. The driveway will have to be widened to get to that 3.65. Now, I know none of that by itself you would say is a reason to vote against this, because all of that is eminently achievable. I do have concerns about, therefore, someone being in that situation, reversing out as someone else is coming down, or someone else is planning to go up, that type of thing, which is less of the case for all the other people who access that driveway. Is that a big problem? Well, maybe they've designed it well enough for a line of sight to be garnered there when you're reversing out. But I don't think that's been well thought out, I suppose, how is probably the best way to say that. The design and layout of parking areas, clause C2, 6.2, relies on performance criteria, I suppose, and I'm just not sure that it meets that due to the narrowness of the driveway there, and I won't be supporting that today.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we look to Deputy Mayor to close.
Thank you for all your input, and unfortunately it's not about feelings, it's about planning act still, as Councillor Gibson mentioned in the last item that we discussed. And I do take on note that there has been, division. There has been work on property next door, which has actually impacted the amenity of others in due course over time as well. So that's been pointed out by the neighbour, and I think that's relevant just for information only, because that's not relevant to the decision we're making today. So we now need to determine whether this is a DA that we're comfortable to support or not. I think I'm getting the feeling of the room. So I'll leave it at that and wait for the decision.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, putting it to the vote then. Just noting that the recommendation is to approve. All of those in favour? In favour to approve? Those against? The motion is refused.
Now there's a motion for...
It's lost. I don't know, I've done a lost.
Mr Mayor...
Okay, so now we need to have a finding, so we need to go to a motion to refuse. Somebody to... Okay, Councillor Britton, we need to have some wording and so forth. Okay, so we've got something drafted. Just anyone who's comfortable. It's on the screen. No, that's okay. So for councillors, just to ensure just that change there. Happy with? Yes?
May I ask a question? So it did appear, as I was listening to the debate, that there were some additional performance criteria that some councillors felt may have been reason for refusal, if indeed it was the will of councillors to add additional criteria outside those three that were standards requiring discretion. Would there be any advice on that from our planners? I guess explicitly around amenity. So I heard that amenity was a considerable issue for a number of councillors.
There are some discretions that relate to car parking numbers and design and layout of car parking areas and privacy for all dwellings.
So sorry, we already have 8.4.2 and C2.6.2 on the board.
Yep.
I guess what I'm asking professional advice around our ability potentially, if it was the will of a councillor, to add an additional performance criteria specifically around.
I think it's important to just reiterate the council officers don't recommend you refuse this development application, and if you want to refuse it, you can choose your own reasons. Yeah, I mean, you can refuse it on whatever grounds that you think are appropriate, but it's not our advice that you do that.
Thank you. So additions, councillors, additions as Councillor Walker?
I just think that the strongest item is already in that list, which is the 8.4.2. I think that the others, from there on, it becomes marginal when it comes to traffic in the driveway and things like that. So I'm happy for it to be as it is, and I don't know if anyone's seconded it yet, but I'm happy to second if that so be it.
Some further clarification, Richard?
Just should this move on to TASCAD and the council will employ someone to defend that decision, that person will have the opportunity to review that, and they may well be able to add grounds at that time, depending on their review and what they think is sustainable at that time. So it's not necessarily the end of the line for council's arguments. Should that happen, additional grounds can be added at that time in a de novo hearing.
Councillor Kai, with some further thoughts to the amended.
We could add 8.4.3 P3, which says that it's over 20%. The DA or the building will be over 20% of the building. God,
outside.
Over 20. Yeah, outside the building envelope. Sorry.
It's already there.
Okay. What about 8.4.3 P3B? The sitting and scale of the dwelling must provide separation between dwellings on adjoining properties that is consistent with the existing on the established properties in the area. I think it was 8.4.3 P3B.
Thoughts, councillors? Come on, councillors, let's. As just mentioned from Richard, we can divulge further into these if it's required, or we can keep moving. That can happen after this if required.
I think it was P3 brackets B.
Sorry, just a clarification. I think you're referring to 8.4.2 because 8.4.3 looks at site coverage and private open space.
So this one, the sitting and scale of a dwelling must provide separation between. Is that?
Yeah, so that's 8.4.2
right. Okay,
P1,
sorry,
which is what you've got up there.
So we've got that.
We've already got that.
It's covered. Okay. We're happy just to move forward then, councillors.
Yep.
So this is an alternate motion. Moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak any further to, as the mover, Councillor Walker? Anything as the seconder?
Look, I can understand. We've been here before in terms of, struggling with buildings put in a difficult location, having adverse impact on their neighbours. I can understand a lot of this could be mitigated, and I can understand perhaps a planning officer's consternation that this may not be defensible. But it is the strong opinion of this table, as is evidenced, that this is the case. And this does send a message from this council, from these elected members, that if there is any way in which this particular development can be amended, altered, improved in terms of its outcomes, then that should be pursued. I don't believe for a second we're going to be able to change the planning scheme overnight, but I would encourage the developer, as well as the petitioners, in this case the representors, to seek if there is a way to mediate an outcome based on the objections that we've listed, and from there that the council reiterate that this is not something that this has happened repeatedly, and it's not something that's easy for the community to digest. And I think councillors are only representing the community in that opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any other speakers? Yep, Councillor Gibson.
Very briefly, and I definitely respect Councillors Walker and Pettridge, but I don't subscribe to that theory, and I didn't vote against it because of that. To send a message, I voted against it and put in some work to at least prepare a motion for refusal that was on planning grounds and on those two explicit clauses. So for me, I understand clearly, and I think most councillors understand clearly, we have two roles, we have two hats. We're a member of a planning authority, we then stop that role, then we're a member of the council. They're very different, they're explicit, they're named up. So for me, I definitely value and respect that opinion, but for me it's based on particularly those clauses.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments? Councillor Kai?
I think this is our second DA where Paul Davies has been brought up. I'm just wondering whether there's any way of fast tracking to adapt to Paul Davies' report. That way we could encourage developers to design in sympathy with the streetscapes and surrounding areas.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. We'll take that on notice as to further steps forward, particularly with the new appointment of our Heritage Officer, who I reflect on the presentation that she did give us and the pictures of what she is pushing for as a part of her role. So we'll take that one on notice. Thank you. Any further comments? Anything further, Councillor Britton? Okay, so we'll put this to the vote now. All of those in favour of the amended motion? Alternate, yes, thank you for that correction. Alternate motion? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you. I kept saying amended instead of alternate. Okay, thanks, Councillor Britton. Okay, councillors, we'll keep moving through. Councillor Pentridge, please, it's just a little inappropriate to behave that way. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just keep going. Thank you. Okay, so council's still sitting as planning authority at 9.3. We're looking at 74 to 78 Elfin Road, Newstead, educational and occasional care, construction of alterations and additions to a school, subdivision, consolidation of two lots into one, noting that there's, having left the room, Deputy Mayor with a declared interest. Councillor Britton's heading off for the day now, has an appointment, and noting that Councillor Harris has also. No public speakers by the looks, so getting to the recommendation, which is that a permit be granted for education and occasional care, construction of alterations of additions to a school subdivision, consolidation of two lots into one at 7478 Elfin Road, Newstead, subject to published conditions. Do we want to add anything at this particular moment?
I'd be interested, please, in moving an amendment. The amendment would be that condition 3 of the recommendation be amended to include a requirement for Scotch Oakburn College at the commencement of each school year to advise the manager city development in writing of the number of employees at the Elfin campus. And it would read as follows. Condition 3, staff members. This permit is issued for the existing employee number of 77 full-time equivalent, including early learning. A, at the commencement of each school year, Scotch Oakburn College is to advise the manager city development in writing of the number of employees at the Elfin campus. Such number is to be expressed in full-time equivalent. And B, prior to staff numbers increasing above 77 full-time equivalent, Scotch Oakburn College must inform the manager city development to ensure compliance with the planning scheme.
Seconded? Oh. Okay, so amended motion, moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Walker. So all those in favour? No, we've got to, yeah.
I'm moving it as part of the substantive.
Yes. Yep. So it's not an alternate. This is an amendment. Moved, seconded. All of those in favour? No. What do we? We don't have. Just wait. We don't have to bring this forward. This is just a part of the original because it's an amendment. Gotcha. Okay. So we don't have to vote just yet. We get to speak because this is still an amendment of the motion, the recommendation. Gotcha. Okay. Councillor Gibson is the mover.
Very briefly, certainly appreciate this application which comes before us. Essentially, we were here a couple of years ago. This is a different architect, a different design, a different part of the school that's being utilised with the construction of a significant number of classrooms and learning areas, which is all fine, it's all compliant. There is an ongoing issue regarding parking. And what this does is just tighten up condition 3 with regard to needing to each year remain in contact with council. And I think it's important to do that because the addition of the classrooms could see, certainly the response is that it's not the intent, but the addition of the rooms could see a up to 25% increase of enrolments at the junior school, or an additional stream per year level, 1 to 5. That's certainly possible with the construction of this centre. We have it on authority, councillors have it with the responses that I circulated, that is not the intent. We have no reason to believe that it is, but I think what this does is over time ensure that there is an opportunity for us to revisit it with a permit condition as is included in item 3.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker is the seconder.
Thank you, Chair, and I do rise to commend Councillor Gibson for putting that forward. I think it's an eminently sensible idea. I don't envy, especially private schools, struggles with their growth. They're quite often located, historically in suburban areas with limited space over the years, and this is happening all over Australia, not just in Tasmania, not just in Launceston, it's happening in Hobart, they have made efforts like Scotch Oakburn have done to have alternate campuses and things like that. They're going to have to redouble their efforts in that regard in this instance, in this location, and I, as I say, commend the amendment because it does mean that we can keep some eye on proceedings there, and of course, stand to be supportive in every other way that we can. But these additional pressures, whether it's parking, the flow-on effects of traffic movements, and all sorts of things, are not easy to manage for the school or the council in that regard. So this is a very sensible solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further comments around the table, Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I approve of the motion, my concern is, and I'd like all of us to stop and reflect, we seem to be, I'd be appalled if what we've just put in here, we have got a lot of children in our community, and that seems to be growing at an alarming rate with special needs. I'd like to think that there was something that would say that if, when the schools have been very good at trying to cater for those people, that should be reflected in the fees they charge. But anyway, at the end of the day, if the school, what I'd like to see is a minor change, although I approve of what's being said, I think if there's a child there with special needs and we need one extra person for a period of time, I don't think that it should be the discretion of anyone else but the school to make that decision.
Okay, sure. So just some clarity around what the amendment looks like is that what I believe is that it's just correspondence between the school and the city manager to just inform, say, and it very well could be something like what you're saying, we need an extra TA for someone with extra needs and so forth. Yep, sure. So no, I don't think it needs to be changed per se, but that is just a part of the correspondence. So that's on, yeah, that's a good person to note that this isn't going to stop any additional needs. Cool. Okay, thank you. Further comments around the table? There being none, Councillor Gibson to close.
Look, just briefly want to recognise that the clauses with regard to no further vegetation removal or impact upon the gardens is important and is included. Want to also reference the fact that the representatives have spoken to us on a number of occasions with regard to parking and specifically with regard to traffic movements, and I really appreciate the addition of the notes which have been included at points E and F pertaining staff parking and operation of drop-off zones. Importantly, this proposal will not increase staff numbers and it does not include any additional parking or vehicle access. What we're saying, Councillor Pentridge, and I 100% agree with you, I do. What we don't want to see is creep, that an additional 25% is sought next year, because the reality is there has been a great amount of goodwill demonstrated by the school with regard to the additional off-site car parking that is utilised, but we know that the neighbours still struggle significantly with regard to being able to access at certain parts of the day their driveway in some cases. That's a small number of cases. The school is doing what they can. We're appreciative of that. We're looking forward to further discussions with regard to traffic issues at the other campus, which aren't so straightforward, but regardless, this should be supported.
Thank you. Okay, putting the motion to the vote. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. So council no longer sits as planning authority under item 9 as we move into agenda item 10, announcements by the Mayor. 10.1, they are in the published agenda. Agenda item number 11, councillor reports. Councillor reports for us today. Councillor Kai.
On Friday the 12th of April, Councillor Harris and myself joined the Mayor at the Tramshed Function Centre in welcoming 66 new Australian citizens into our community. As always, it was a pleasure to be part of this amazing, exciting celebration. On Saturday the 13th of April, along with Councillor Palmer and his beautiful wife, I attended the Nepalese Cultural Parade and Nepalese New Year program held at the Civic Square. It was a wonderfully organised cultural festival and entertainment to showcase the Nepalese language, art and culture, a perfect way to promote diversity and embrace multiculturalism in Launceston and Northern Tasmania. I'd like to thank the Nepalese Society of Northern Tasmania for giving the Launceston community a taste of their celebration, celebrating the Nepalese New Year 2081. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Further councillor reports? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just briefly, I'd love to reflect on the amazing success that has been Mona Foma to our community over a number of years, the transformative effect that has had on Launceston and our willingness to, I think, step outside the square and embrace new arts and cultural experiences has been profound. And I know Manager Chelsea has suggested that in the not too distant future we'll receive a presentation from Mona Foma and we'll be able to report to the community the successful impact in financial and patron numbers that this event has had on our city over a number of years. I want to sincerely thank David and Brian and all of their teams for the incredible impact that that festival has had on our city. I want to thank the state government for the significant contribution that they put into making that festival not just a Hobart festival, but something that we could benefit from and leverage off. And I think for me, the legacy will be forever that incredible image of Amanda Pereira as the man seated in front of the Cataract Gorge, the basin, which had incredible, reach, thank you, throughout the world. An amazing image on the front of our cultural strategy, something that we really recognise with and support. So this has been an incredible opportunity for our city and for the region. We hope, I know Councillor Walker and others, Mayor, others will hope that there are opportunities for something to be funded perhaps in its place or a partnership to be entered into. Regardless of that, the impact that it had was profound and we're very grateful.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Just briefly, recently City of Hobart held a Citizens Assembly, which I understand is the first for Tasmania. I know there are some in our community and indeed at this table who have an interest in how a Citizens Assembly might work and whether it might work for certain topics in Launceston. This was on climate change over 2 weekends, 33 community members, some who were vehemently opposed to any action on climate change, but who I understand through that weekend were able to speak to people and to be able to come at it with an equal position and to come to a place where decisions could be made that everyone in that Citizens Assembly agreed on, which I think is a truly amazing thing. So the final report hasn't been handed down, but I just wanted to note that this is something that is now occurring in Tasmania, and we may indeed have an interest to emulate this on a topic of interest for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Further community reports from councillors? There being none, we'll move through to 12 questions by councillors. 12.1, you'll see the questions on notice. 12.1.1 from Councillor Walker around liaising with AFL Tasmania. 12.1.2, Councillor Pentridge around the free parking at the Patterson Street car park. At 12.2, councillor questions without notice. Any councillor questions without notice? Being none, we'll move forward to 13, which is Organisational Services Network. 13.1, in which I have a declared interest. So I'm going to leave for a moment. Deputy Mayor.
Representation of the Australian Local Government Association 2024 National Conference. A decision to consider the attendance of the Mayor, Councillor Gibson and Councillor Palmer at the Australian Local Government Association 2024 National General Assembly Conference and the Regional Forum in Canberra from the 2nd to the 4th of July. Recommendation is we approve that. Would somebody like to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Second, Councillor Pentridge. Anyone wish to discuss it or talk about it? Yes.
I need to briefly say I'm sure the people who've been put forward are in agreement, and if that is the case, then I believe they should be fantastic representatives of ours at that conference.
Okay. Any further comment? If not, put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Unanimously. Back to you, Mayor, for a moment.
I just didn't want to vote on sending myself somewhere.
That's okay. That's all right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 13.2, delegation of power to accept electricity supply contract. The recommendation is that Council delegates the power to select and enter into a contract with the preferred tender for electricity supply to the position of the CEO officer. Chief Executive Officer. And 2, authorises the Mayor to evidence the delegation affected by this decision with a signed instrument of delegation, reproducing the terms of substance of the delegation as appropriate. And 3, our general one that says the CEO is the terms of the General Manager. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor, a seconder. Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think we all had a presentation at the workshop last week by Goanna Energy explaining the process on how we go about doing our energy contracts and the very short time frame for which we need to make decisions in regards to accepting the power contracts. I guess we're getting advice and guidance from them in regards to what's a good deal. So my view is that we need to be quick on our feet, and the only way we can do that is by delegating that to the CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor McMahon, anything further? Anything further from the table? Councillor Gibson.
Very briefly, I thought it was an excellent presentation to make us understand, to allow us to understand and ask questions. Really appreciate the work that's gone in and understand that quick turnaround. Of note, in the report, I'll finish with a question, it references our top 22 sites. Is there an opportunity for further learning to occur for councillors into the future, perhaps via a bulletin update with regard to what that actually means? Obviously, it means our top 22 sites, but you know, what happens to power supply for the others that are not at the top?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Gibson. Yes, we'll include some information in a future bulletin that details what those top 22 sites are. The rest of the contract, the same principles would apply to the other sites that aren't in the top 22.
Thank you. Further commentary around the table? Anything to close? Putting the recommendation to the vote, the motion, all of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 13.3 is 23-24 budget amendments. Recommendation that we're looking at here is by absolute majority, which we do still have, approves the following changes to the 23-24 statutory estimates. It also notes the amendments to the recommendation 1, and it's the usual one at number 3, with CEO being General Manager. Somebody to move the recommendation. Councillor Walker, seconder. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker.
I accept the recommendation as read. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pentridge, anything further? Okay, a question. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just with regard to the descriptor, the changes relate to external grant revenue. Is it necessary that that be explicit with regard to the what, or is that included as a result of grant revenue, a portion of it from its totality?
Manager of Finance.
No, that's a standard line included in the report, so we can remove that.
A question, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Just noting, and because of the report so fulsome, it puts a document, an item in there that I think we should get a response back, a report back on. The South Esk Road retaining wall project, which is in there at 1,080,000. I'm just wondering whether we could get a report back onto, I guess now that's completed, as to how well it went in regard to budget. And moreover, we also said there was what was taken out of the wall, and how much of that's recoverable, and whether there's some basis on which we might be able to ascertain the value of that bluestone.
That's something we can provide through a councillor's bulletin, if you're comfortable, Councillor Mackenzie.
Great. Thank you. Any further comments around the table? Anything further, Councillor Walker, as the mover? So do we need to do anything with that line to be taken out? No, all mentioned. Good. Okay, so all of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Deputy Mayor.
Representation, what have I done there? Representation at the UNESCO Creative Cities of Gastronomy Annual Conference 2024. The decision statement is to consider the attendance of the Mayor, MK Garwood, at the UNESCO Creative Cities of Gastronomy Annual Conference 2024 in Phuket, 9th to the 12th of May 2024. Recommendation is the Council approves the attendance to that event. Anyone like to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Anyone second it? Councillor Pentridge. A question from Councillor Dawkins.
Yes, I understand that we've been invited to various of these before around the world. Is this the first one that we've accepted?
I can't tell you directly, but
It's the first UNESCO one that we've been attending where we have a designation. Yes. So we have attended other forums. My recollection is not one that's particularly related to gastronomy, and definitely not when we have the designation now that we haven't had previously.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, would you like to make any comment? Councillor Pentridge, any other? Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. Just briefly, I think it's really important to understand that we fund the City of Gastronomy. So I guess it doesn't necessarily reflect that any portion of the trip or the expenses incurred are going to be covered from that budget, which is okay, I guess. You know, we already fund it, to the extent of $37,500. My question is, it references, obviously, Chris Griffin in his professional capacity at NTDC. My understanding is he is a member of the City of Gastronomy Board and would be attending, perhaps wearing both hats, I'm not sure. Obviously, we significantly fund the NTDC as well. Do we know who is funding Chris Griffin's portion of the trip? I'll leave that until the end to be able to be answered. I think, obviously, the Mayor will do an outstanding job representing us, but importantly, it's not just us as the city, it's the region, because all of the regional councils fund and are privy and sign up to the City of Gastronomy. So I think it's really important in our language and in our media that the Mayor will be attending as a representative of the City of Gastronomy, an organisation that we significantly fund last year to the tune of $37,500. And my word, don't we look forward to the report that details how our investment has been well utilised in the city. So finishing off, is NTDC covering Chris Griffin, or is it the City of Gastronomy? And do we know if the City of Gastronomy in any way are covering any of the costs for the representative of the designation?
We're not aware of who's covering the costs of Chris Griffin, whether that's NTDC or the City of Gastronomy. I do know that NTDC have taken a significant interest in the opportunities that the designation provides for the region as a regional entity, but can't comment on who's funding his trip. In terms of our understanding of the travel costs, those sorts of things, that we would meet those of the Mayor. We don't understand that any of those would be met by any other entity.
Thanks, that's fine. A previous consideration was obviously 50-50 for another trip. That's a different model to this. I'd certainly appreciate, in terms of full transparency, given the huge funding budget line that we spend to NTDC, would appreciate knowing who is covering that, if that could be shared with councillors. But obviously I think the Mayor will do an outstanding job representing not only the City of Launceston, but importantly the designation, which incorporates all of the regional councils that are neighbouring to us as well.
I'll provide that information in the bulletin.
Thank you very much. Any other comments anyone wishes to make? Back to the mover? No? Put the vote. All those in favour? It's all councillors present. Thanks, Matthew.
Just a point of order, that question is being asked in the public arena. It should be provided in the public.
I can do that.
To the extent that it can be.
Totally. Yeah, I can do that.
Moving into closed council at agenda item 14. Somebody to move that we move into closed council to discuss the following: confirmation of minutes, development of 118 to 122 and 124 Brisbane Street, Launceston, Launceston CBD bus interchange, and also to close the session. Someone to move? Councillor McMahon, seconder. Councillor Kai. All of those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We moved in to closed council. I'll just have to... Okay, so just processing and bringing the table out. Okay, councillors, we've moved out of closed council, taking this table. I need somebody to move that this is the table that we spoke of and the contents is an accurate record. Councillor Palmer, somebody to second. Councillor Kai, all of those in favour. That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Meeting closed at 6:15 at the chime of the bell. Next meeting will be in a fortnight here, which will be, the 2nd of May at 1 p.m. Thank you, councillors.